Hello, hi, and good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to a game that sadly I had to shelve for a little bit, and I now finally want to return to, which is Divinity Original Sin. Yeah, it's I started playing it about 3 months ago, or maybe it was even 4 months at this point. And then at some point, a couple of other games released patches. Right, so there was, I wanted to return to No Man's Sky, which was a big thing, but the biggest thing of all was that Final Fantasy released the 6.2 patch, which came with a new raid and all of those neat things. So that just meant that I didn't really have that much time to play any other games. And also there was some stuff going on in the background, me preparing to finally be able to stream with OBS and whatnot. That just meant that, you know, I didn't have as much time for other things as I would have liked to, but now we're finally returning to Divinity Original Sin. So let's get into it. See where we left off, actually. Load. Iberheim, 85 hours. I'm not... Well, I definitely remember what we did, but I'm not 100% sure where I left off and what I still had to do. Sounds pretty ominous. Elemental Forge. Oh shit, I'm still cursed. I completely forgot that. Apparently I also grabbed the loot already. One thing I will have to do, sadly, is get back into controlling everything. It won't be too difficult, but hopefully I'll manage. So these were my abilities. This was the waypoints that I have unlocked. Yeah, I might have to change that. Ah, well, whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, so let me see. Right, it was L2 to select characters and R2 to get into this. So, I should probably look through my quest log and find out what we currently did or what happened last time. Captives and the crystals. Ansiga, so maybe I should start with how we got into all of this mess, right? So, what happened here is that we went into a cave where there was a lake, which then allowed us to travel to the Fey Realm. And we're looking for the... I think it was the sister of our main baddie, right? Which she is using source magic, which is sort of ancient magic that we are hunting. In order to bring about the Void, which sounds like some sort of annihilation event, right? And yeah, apparently she and her associates captured her sister, which was one of the main people that opposes her her actions, right? And it was this really elaborate journey so far. Mainly consisting of us traveling through this Fey realm, discovering mechanical rats, discovering people that were encased in ice, right? All of those neat things, culminating in us getting into the castle, which I think we are in now still. And we got in through the help of I think it was an Earth Elemental, who told us about essentially a secret entrance to the whole thing here, right? Which is this quest. And Leandra she's the one we're opposing, right? And yeah, she's looking for these stones, which she calls bloodstones, but apparently they also have other uses, or before they're imbued with blood, we can actually use them as star stones, which somehow does something with the very fabric of reality, which we can enter some sort of secret realm as well that is beyond time, where we met like an imp that told us that, oh yeah, we are the key to all of this. We are the people that can not only help defeat this Leandra and make sure that the Void event doesn't happen, but also we seem to be descendants of some sort of old knights or something that in the past also seem to have some sort of similar, you know, some sort of similar thing going on. Okay, let me see if I can open up. So this is filter completed. So those are completed. The Source Hunter's Journey is the one we're currently doing. The Imps of Hyberheim were sacrificed to create a giant bloodstone, a crime of enormous proportions. Even more worrying is to imagine what dark end that bloodstone will now be turned. One thing that I don't fully remember is whether or not we actually defeated the king of the Fey Realm. So one thing that was a threat that was going on in this Fey Realm, in Hyberheim, as it's called here, is that apparently a king took over a couple of years ago, a couple of weeks ago. It was really, really hard to tell when that actually happened. And that king increased the ice elements in this realm, which is why it's all snowy and cold outside. And we were also asked, sort of by the people that are still here, to get rid of this king. Mainly also because said king imprisons, or at least oppresses, most of the other elemental forces and their associated beings, so to speak. Well, I definitely already looted all of this. Elemental Forge, I don't remember. This is simply some sort of special forge, I suppose, that we can now use. Yeah, crafting can be a pretty big thing in this game, but it's very, very hard to tell what you can even use to craft. Which is sadly going to be a big thing for me here, is that probably I will have to spend some time, you know, refamiliarizing, myself with my inventory. Let's heal real quick. And also, one interesting thing is that, well, not only are you playing with a party of 4, but the first 2 people in this party are my characters. So you start this game out with 2 characters, right? Which is pretty cool, to be honest. I don't really want to miss anything here, though. Find the witch. We have finally found Ikara, but she's encased in a block of impenetrable ice that would take the power of the sun to melt. Where we'll find such a thing remains a mystery. Oh, right. So we did find Ikara, the sister we're looking for. But in order to free her, we have to defeat the big baddie of this realm. Which is King Boreas, the Lord of Winter himself. Well, so the thing is, I don't really... Why do we come down here, though? Were we meant to do something with this elemental forge? Not really, right? That was the people we fought here dealing with that. Oh, right. I do have a map. Oh, I forgot. This wasn't some sort of cave. Yeah. It was this weird map system that I'm still not fully understanding why it's a thing. So one thing that this game does, which confused the heck out of me when I started out, was that the maps are connected. So they're using one map as sort of the main map, right? And if you go into a cave, it'll be essentially on the same map, like here, right? This area is only accessible via a cave, actually traveling there. But it's not, like, usually this would be then an entirely new map, right? But in this game, it's attached to this map. Well, it's not really confusing. It's almost like a classic... It's as if you're playing a tabletop RPG and you have the entirety of the map sort of open before you, and then the game master says, well, now you travel, or this cave entrance brings you into this cave, and he just points over to where the cave is, right? It's just for convenience, I guess, so that you have everything on the map at once. But it is certainly a curious decision, let me put it that way. Okay, so I don't fully remember. Why did I come here? I think I might have just maybe explored this place because I wanted to. That's kind of what I'm getting out of this, right? Because I'm pretty sure we were able to open this gate, which would then allow us to go into the castle, because I think the main entrance is sealed off, if I remember correctly. In this sort of side area of the castle, this is the dungeon, and we already went through this, and this is where Ikara is trapped inside a block of ice currently, and this is where we think the king is. I think, though, even though it might be slightly anticlimactic, I might want to return to the city and just comb through my inventory and make sure that I'm not really, you know, forgetting anything. I think it was here, right? Which is one of the things that, yeah, I'm sort of, the game does require more inventory management than it should, in my opinion. Obviously, it's what you make of it, so you don't have to necessarily do it the way I'm doing it, but yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate that it just requires this much inventory management. It's very classic RPG in that sense, right? But it can certainly be quite annoying. I don't fully remember if I actually got anything that I could use. Plus sneaking, plus HP, I don't really want that. That has the same armor rating, right? Yeah. And this is pretty bad armor rating still, but it has the plus movement, which I definitely want to keep, right? And I don't think I ever got anything that gave me the same benefits while having a better armor rating. I mean, this is pretty good, right, in comparison. It's 20 armor rating more. But I just want to keep the movement. Let's identify this. This is for strength characters, though. That's minus movement on it. Aqua Stout Robe of Earth Resistance. Well, fuck. I mean, these are really, really good. The thing is, the movement is pretty OP in this game, as far as I remember. It just gives you a lot of options, right? It gives you, especially if you can move further than the enemy, you can either run away from them, you can do some shenanigans where you're just running around them, right? Essentially doing crowd control and being able to make sure that the enemies don't have any way of approaching you is a pretty big thing that helped me. Immunity to Cursed. Terra-aged Leather Brigandine of Blessing. I am cursed currently. But I don't think equipping this would make me uncursed. That's probably just for... Oh, wait. It's for dexterity characters anyways. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that it would only prevent me from being cursed, but if I'm already cursed, it won't help. What does this have? Poison resistance +2 initiative. Crafting initiative. Crafting. Poison resistance bodybuilding. +2 initiative with 19 armor rating. I definitely have to get rid of a lot of stuff here. Plus movement, plus HP. Immunity to slipping. Snow boots. Well, that would help in the Fey realm, not gonna lie. As cool as these effects are, though, I think in the past I did keep the odd thing here and there. Oh, I got a couple of these. These must have been on my enemies there. But yeah, I think I kept a couple... you know, equipment pieces from time to time to potentially be able to, you know, use them. Oh, the cows are moving again. To potentially use them whenever the need arises. But that being said, I think it's not really... It doesn't really help, you know, as much as I would like it to help. Oh, fire absorption shield I don't need, right? Let's equip this. Reflect 20% of melee damage as fire damage is really, really good. In theory, I won't be in melee range that often, hopefully. So let me just quickly check if I change to her. Reflect 10% of melee damage, air damage, but that has +1 strength. Which this does not. Well, this has plus HP, but I think the plus strength makes more sense, to be honest. Intelligence, water resistance, and this is still not identified. Fire resistance, poison resistance, immunity to stunned is pretty good. Intelligence, telekinesis. Immunity to stunned with... yeah, these have plus intelligence, though. I definitely want to keep that. And then I have 2 1s, which... Let me see. This is a 2-handed one, though. Shambling Oak Death Wand. This is what got me cursed, by the way. Touching the wand can be hazardous. But I needed it in order to get rid of a Shambling Oak that had like 90% resistance to everything. So you kind of needed the wand. It's an earth wand. Temperature, petrified status. The thing is, they all have crit damage. So my stuff interacts with poison and whatnot, right? Fire and air interacts with things in a variety of ways, which is as good as the Earth wand could be. Wait, 46 is 76. Why does that deal more damage, but requires way less intelligence? It is one level higher. I'm just sort of... Wait, can these roll with different stat requirements? That is very strange that it requires less stuff. Also, why the fuck do I have a guitar? Crushing damage. Well, sadly, the dagger won't really be of much use to me. Might use the Earth one for my second character, though. Let's keep it like this. Let's take a look at Lillian. Leadership, immunity to blind. Sneaking HP. Well, she doesn't really need the sneaking. Immunity to blind did help me a couple of times, though. This also has the plus movement, and I sadly don't have anything else with the movement on it. Blacksmithing and initiative. Crafting and initiative. Wouldn't crafting be better? Does it matter? Oh, this says crafting and... Oh, she definitely wants to have the initiative. Maybe I wanted to have blacksmithing because she was proficient in crafting anyways. Yeah, the +2 initiative is just too good. This is plus bow, plus pickpocketing, +2 initiative, requires strength. Why does this require strength instead of dexterity if it has bow? That's annoying. Initiative and movement. Water resistance Lawmaster. Inflict stunned on contact. Yeah, that's also pretty good. And the perception is good because she has a pretty good perception to begin with. Melee damage is earth damage. And she currently has a water wand. Which I could swap out for the earth wand that I just got. Wait, this is 54, and the other one was 59. Okay, so this would be definitely more damage. A little less HP, but that's fine. And she would have a chance to petrify whoever she hits. Yeah, let's go with this. And sure. Let's see, perception. The problem really is that almost all of my stuff I really curated to have initiative and movement on it, and I just didn't get anything that has equally good things on it. I mean this, but this has strength requirement. Poison resistance initiative, crafting initiative. This only has plus HP though. This requires strength. She might... What was her strength? I think it was 5 though. It's not necessarily worth to level up. Even though these would be really good for her, right? Well, that's unfortunate. Wait, can character. Yeah, her strength is 5. I don't think that it's worth it to level this. Unless other items pop up that equally require strength for her to be really good. I don't know. That's oops. Equipment. That's unfortunate. Initiative, movement. +7 movement. Also strength. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's worth it to level up strength for dexterity characters as well. At least to a degree. Dexterity, yeah, her perception allows her a higher hit chance on faraway targets, right? So I definitely want to keep that. Poison resistance. This also has +1 Loremaster, but reflects melee damage. Not that she's ever really in melee range, but... yeah, poison resistance might actually be better for her. And I don't think that I got a better bow. 61 min. Yeah, no. I mean, she's my tank, so she does need good, good armor on her, even though it lowers her movement. What was the one thing that I thought could be good? Tough scale armor? This maybe. Requires 8 strength. This gives her a lot more movement while keeping her armor rating almost the same. That's a tough call. I mean, the 60 HP are good. Funny thing is, she also kind of requires a lot of movement. I might want to keep that and try it at a certain point in time, maybe. This has dexterity on it. See, that's another one. Requires strength 7 and then gives you +1 dexterity. What the hell? This would be +2 initiative, even though she doesn't need the bow or pickpocketing. I mean, neither does she need dexterity. And then I had these with +7 movement, but also less armor rating, less HP. This is all really, really tough call. Fire, water resistance, water, earth resistance. Yeah, sure. She can take that. At least she has this one with + movement. Oh, right. I gave her 2 movement rings. I forgot about that. So in theory, she does have quite good options there. And then currently she's using the Impaler, just like a special pike thing. Which I don't think that I would have gotten a better weapon to use currently. Lance of Destruction, yeah, that's definitely worse. Got cool axes. Don't really need them either, though. Okay, well, that's the equipment gone through. So now, the next thing would be, let me heal so that I don't forget. The next thing would be inventory, which is quite annoying. I usually gave Lillian the stuff to sell, but before I do that, Before I do that, let's actually move to the market, because if I give her everything, then she might be over-encumbered. It's a bit unfortunate that I have to go through all this, but this also gets me reacquainted with everything that I had equipped and stuff like that, so, yeah.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Let's do this first. Inventory. And I think the stuff that I wanted, or the rare things that I wanted to keep... No, I sent them to my... Pretty sure that I sent them over to my, what's it called? Thing. And also... Yeah, this was for crafting, right? The beer was for, healing. I don't know if I need the beer for crafting, to be honest. Heals 10%. Heals 10% in constitution, and then I have healing. I have so many healing potions at this point that I think, you know, keeping like a billion other items in my inventory doesn't really... You know, this, for example, I think I'm just gonna sell. Debuff intelligence potion, a vial sent draw capable of dulling your intelligence. Why would you use this? Is there a quest that would benefit from having less intelligence? Don't entirely get what the point of this would be. I mean, in a tabletop RPG, this might be a fun thing to use, but here, I don't know if there's any benefit to ever using this. I think I'm just gonna sell. Cures poison, and the water resistance I don't need either. And then I still have a couple scrolls, so I can summon the spider, magical poison dart. These are the things that I don't personally have as spells, right? Pretty sure, so I can use them whenever I need this stuff. Cleansing water, ice wall, water of life, rain, avatar frost.
Quiet day on the market, it
Tree
seems.
poisoning, and this heals, right? Yeah. The snow boots I definitely want to sell. Do I want to keep one of these? Immunity to slipping is pretty cool, but it's not worth to equip these because you can get around slipping, right? I mean, especially since I have 3 out of 4 ranged characters, it wouldn't be really worth it to keep these, I don't think. Still, these don't even have any effect on them. Oh yeah, the never-ending beer mug. Hold. Let's actually put that into my backpack. I don't know why I kept this the entire time, but... Same as this one, I'm just gonna sell. I really want to get rid of, you know, stuff that I simply don't need in my inventory. Well, let's keep the apple pie for now.
Tomatoes.
But the potato... well, these are boiled. I just realized. Sent them over to her as well. These are all the scrolls, and then I have a nightmare grenade, feared status, and a tremor grenade. These are also pretty cool. Burn my eyes I already know, and this requires a dagger. Don't know why I actually kept these ones. Let's just sell them as well, right? I mean, why would I want to run around with that the entire time? Repair hammer I need. Identifying glass. What was this for? Is that for other equipment? A curved sword I definitely don't need. A branch, that's for crafting, right? This I don't need either. A bearded axe I don't need. Oh my god, I have so much equipment. Holy freaking fuck. Well, I'm picking up everything, right? But it is weird. At the start of the game, it really taught you to, you know, to make sure to pick up everything. because you, especially when you wanted to have, when you wanted to have upgrades or upgrade your weapons and whatnot, they were quite expensive. So there were a lot of things to spend money on. So you naturally wanted to have a lot of money. But yeah, it just, I don't know. It's all a bit weird in this regard. Also, Lillian is already over encumbered, so let's maybe do this one at a time. Lillian inventory. There was a sort button, right? Was there? Oh yeah. Sort type, sure. A bunch of crafting things, bunch of skill books. She doesn't actually have that much on her, I just realized.
Tomatoes.
Arrowshine.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Steam Cloud Arrowhead. Oh! Oh, you can use resistance potions. Well, then I want to keep those, huh? Anything else she can craft currently? Polished cloth armor, I don't need that. She still has iron ore on her, okay. I don't think there was any other use for iron. I can create steel. The problem is, I actually haven't really... I haven't really crafted good weapons that much. It felt like it was quite difficult to craft weapons, and then it was even more difficult to actually make them good, right? So it's all a little bit of a weird thing. Wait, she has the... Oh, maybe I... Now she isn't overburdened anymore.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want?
Trade. So first of all,
poison? Get to the point.
I don't think there's ever going to be anything that I can craft with beer, is there? As much as it pains me to sell beer, let's sell beer. Also, why does Fletcher have so much money all of a sudden? Did I sell that much to her? That's just water. I might be able to use that. Debuff intelligence, let's get rid of that. Poison resistance. I guess in theory I would be able to craft a poison cloud arrow out of this. At least if I'm going... Although, well, the other one was a water resistance thing. +2 speed, +1 perception, +2 constitution. I might want to keep those. So this one I'm going to sell. This requires a dagger. I don't use that. Ice shard. I already know as well. Blessed Earth I didn't want to use because I don't have a slot for it, right? Pretty sure. Frost grenade. Let's sell the guitar. Homemade axe. Bearded axe.
On the market, it seems.
It really is a quiet day on the market, isn't it? The butter knife I need for crafting. This is just a book. And then I have a couple of blank skill books as well. Yeah, I have so many crafting things, right? I just realized that I never really knew what to do with. Let's see though, if I go into my inventory... Because of all the crafting ingredients, her inventory is quite overloaded, isn't it? which I'm not the biggest fan of, but I also don't really know what to do against that. Oh boy.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Okay, so these I
No
don't
better
need.
solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
It's just a pickaxe. The pickaxe you need for collecting ore, correct? So I'm going to keep that. Why is this still unidentified? It's a two-handed wand. I don't use those either.
To the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
These are bows that I don't need. Let's just sell this as well. I'm never going to use it. Wait, 1 second though. What was her bow? 72. And the thing that I just gave to Lillian? I mean, I know that I looked over that, but somehow... oops, not inventory. Somehow it suddenly seemed so much stronger than what I already had. Oh, they give... Right. The bold things give you minus movement, which is why I never wanted to use them. Right. Okay. Okay, fair enough.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver
Or
arrows.
Nightly Lands of Destruction. This I also looked at, right? This is worse than the thing that I currently
Quiet
have.
day on the market, it seems.
This would, in theory, be for... Pretty sure you can use that on sheep to get wool. Which is somehow strange if you think about just going up to a random sheep that's probably owned by somebody and just shearing it.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Oh, fuck. Well, that was bad. Oopsie. That was the cursed wand that I just gave to her. Well, now I have two cursed characters, I suppose. As cool as it is, I don't know. I mean,
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
in a way, I kind of think this should only curse you if you're, They should only curse you if you actively equip them, I think. Though I get the sentiment. It's just... It is somewhat annoying not knowing what to... how to deal with curse. Like, it's more an annoyance than anything else, which I think is... honestly a bit unfortunate, right? It's just, oh, I'm cursed, I'm losing HP from time to time, I'm just gonna heal myself, and... You're just kind of going with it and not really doing anything with it, and so it's just... Eh. Which one's this? Water wand. Probably want to keep a water wand though. Sneaking HP.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Pretty sure that I can just sell all the things that don't have any too special properties attached to them. The thing is also sadly that you at some point just have way too many resources, right? So currently I don't think I'm ever really going to run out of like healing potions and whatnot.
Quiet day on the market, it seems. Quiet day on the market, it seems.
50, 58. Immunity to bleeding. 54. Let's maybe keep 2 just in case. This one I can sell. Shield nobody uses anyways.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
+2 initiative I might want to keep though. Air resistance, pickpocketing, bartering. These are epic. Lucky Charm, HP, air resistant. Let's keep those. These as well with the plus movement. They look to be pretty cool, honestly. I think I kept the lock picking from time to time to be able to pick locks that otherwise I wouldn't be able to pick, but I kind of hate to constantly having to change gear for that. I don't necessarily think that should be something that you want to do, right? It's sort of... I wish that wouldn't... kind of wish it wouldn't really be possible all that easy, because it certainly does remove a little bit of the, I guess, general role-playing idea that we're going for here, right? If you can just... let's send this to her. I might use it in the future. This is a quest item, more or less. I don't think it actually is, but... Buffalo. Uniquely clicking amulet appears to have been personalized. Bears the mark of the artisan's left horn. This might be connected to a quest as well. Earth resistance, Lore Master, and... let's maybe keep those for the time being. Oh, I have 2 of these. This, I think this was connected to a quest at some point. I don't think it is anymore. And then I kept all the, like, books and whatnot on this character, right? Grimoire of the Inconceivable. Did I ever read this? It appears to be an unfinished work, and although you can sense something great residing within, you cannot access it. Oh. So I still need to do something with that. Cultist spell. This is...
quiet day on the market, it seems.
This is all crafting. Anti-Q. Okay. Why is this down here? Oh, I guess I didn't sort this inventory, did I? This I wanted to keep. This is all crafting. A dinner. I'm gonna send that to her because it gives plus strength.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
I think these can be used to dye your clothes. You might have to... I don't know if you can just use those with crafting. Probably, right? Oh, I should also keep... I might have accidentally sold all my axes. I completely forgot that you might need those to... for the wood. I could sell this. And these were for some stuff. Spices. These weird kit things. Shovel I need. The teleporter pyramids I haven't really used yet. Might want to keep that. Oh my god, I have so much stuff. Oil flask is for crafting as well. Fiery Heart. Fire dwarf lens who's been bone.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
I feel like there are some maybe unique crafting items. Yeah, it seems so, right? This is definitely some...
quiet day on the market, it seems.
Some sort of unique crafting thing.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Immunity to cursed. Fucking hell. I mean, it requires dexterity anyways, so... Old half
quiet day on the market, it seems.
Wood chips. I think I never actually figured out what the glass bottles can be used for. I always thought that maybe you could use them for creating some sort of Molotov cocktail-like device, but I don't think so. Earth Wand of Vitality. I'm gonna keep that. Force Field Bypass Spell. That's some sort of... I think this was connected to a quest or something. It's a book.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
A Water Wand. This one I'm definitely gonna keep. Immunity to being stunned. And this one I'm gonna keep as well for now.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Firestorm Grenade. Let's send that to her. Butter Knife and a Longbow. Let's sort this inventory. I mean, it's still way too much, right? The problem is that this game desperately needs like a quest inventory, a quest item inventory or something.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Which, of course, yes, you can scroll through this, but... I don't know.
Quiet day
I
on the
always...
market, it seems.
I mean, that's not an exclusive problem of this game. There are quite a few other games. I think The Witcher 3, for example, is a big... has a big problem in that regard as well, where you... just for some reason they keep all the quest items on you, even the ones from quests that have already concluded. So, you're not the person I wanted to talk to. Can you please move away?
Well, what sort of arrows do you want?
Yeah, so
Freezing, silver,
you have the issue of
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
having to scroll through items where you don't necessarily know, because of all the quests that exist within the game, right? There's just a billion different things that you might still need, and you're never quite sure which kinds of items. I mean, sometimes it's obvious, right? Sometimes you know, oh, this item belongs to this quest, or this I picked up there or here or wherever, right? But for the most part, those are things that just, you know, aren't as obvious. But the game keeps all the current quest items and the other quest items still in your inventory, which can be
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
problematic, right? Especially if they then also insist on those things, you know, what's the word? If they insist on those things also then meaning something. Why is this Aqua Worn Gold Ring of Electrocution?
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Why are these shown like this? I don't think I've ever seen that symbol.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Did I accidentally... Wait, I'm on Lillian, right? Lillian, inventory. That's her current inventory. It's sorted. Now I'm going to talk to... Miss Fletcher here.
What sort of arrows do you want? Freezing, silver, poison?
Don't entirely
Get
know
to
what
the
kind of
point.
menu I was in there just now. Anyways, oh boy, I have so much stuff. Okay, this is, I can just all sell, right? Which, as you can already see at the bottom left there, I have way too much money.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish.
So at some point in this game, you just end up with too much money, I think, which is unfortunate. And let's keep these two ones, though.
Quiet day on
Okay,
the market,
she's out
it
of money.
seems.
I probably want to buy some arrows, because those can always help. Let's see, I might have already bought
Quiet day on the market,
the
it
charming
seems.
arrows, though. Knockdown arrowheads, these are definitely good. Static cloud. Yeah, I mean, I can just craft a bunch of arrows. As you can see, I sold quite a bit to her over time, over the course of the game.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Poison arrows, I definitely have more than enough. Explosive and fire arrows, you can always make those. Freezing arrow. Arrows in general, or a character that can utilize arrows, I feel like is also quite good. Because arrows just essentially give you every single element in the game and complete control over what you do with them.
Quiet day
Which
on the market,
honestly
it seems.
is a bit too OP in my book, but smokescreen. I mean, smokescreen can be good, but I think I still have those. That was less money than I thought. Don't think that's enough money to make it possible for me to sell her everything I have. Yeah, no. Well, on to the next person, I suppose.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Crafting. Arrows. Fire arrow. Up down arrow. Okay, I can probably also send a bunch of stuff over already. Sort these by type. These are all arrows, right? So send these to their daughter.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
And then we have a frost grenade, which that's an actual grenade, right? Let's send that to her. Creates an oil puddle. Okay. I think I actually accidentally got rid of my my axe. Oh well, there will be more axes available. These I probably also want to use for some crafting at some point,
No better
but
solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
I really don't... I feel like I'm still missing a lot of potential crafting options, sadly, that I feel like I should have discovered quite a while ago, but for some reason didn't. Okay, seriously though, the cursed bit, I wonder if there's a quest that can deal with that.
Patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapors?
At least they do give characters quite a bit of money. So that you're actually able to sell all your stuff to them. But yeah, like, money is a non-issue for me at this point, right? Which is unfortunate, I would say. I really thought, especially at the beginning of the game, that they would make that be... Well, I'm saying beginning of the game, but for, you know, a long time, money really was a limited resource, which was actually quite refreshing to see for an RPG, right? Because you don't typically get that. Sadly. Money always ends up being the thing that you can just, you know, churn through and don't care about it.
potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Why does she still have these weird things? Okay, wait. +1 initiative. Are these things that I eventually wanted to use on these characters? I don't think so. Maybe? I mean, this is, but... She doesn't have that many healing potions. Well, let's keep this as is for the time being, and then she also... I think the sword I eventually wanted to use when she gets more strength. So I guess let's keep that on her for the time being. Yeah, I think my things are sorted. Finally. I don't think I've ever... Sandra Huarto, The Wishing Brother. Is there like a church or something I could go to cleanse my curse? I feel like I might have just missed something in that regard. But I mean, the city doesn't have a church in that sense, right? I mean, it has this one, an abandoned church. We're also kind of missing a healer at this point, right? I mean, we have a clinic. But people from the clinic aren't here anymore, right? I essentially got rid of them because they were involved with the whole Bloodstone plot in this place. I don't think that the abandoned church will help me there. Old church. I think that's it. Yeah. Why are things sounding so creepy here, though? I mean, originally, of course, they were... oh yeah, let's not look at these dirt piles. Don't want to dig up any corpses or something. Originally, this was, you know, obviously attached to a quest and whatnot, and we did quite a bit here, but... well, I guess, considering how many bodies are still lying around here, this church really wouldn't be able to be used for cleansing curses, I feel like. Yeah, there's nothing to click on either. But I feel like curse shouldn't be this annoying. I mean, you know, the general idea of it I'm fine with. It's just that I think you should at least kind of get a hint as to how you can get rid of it. I feel like I might just be missing something entirely obvious, but... yeah. Don't think I know, like, a cleric person either, I feel like. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily a problem so much, but oh well. Maybe we'll find a priest or a church as time goes on. Guess until then, I'm just gonna keep healing myself. Change back. Probably want to save. Okay. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, then the... Oh, hello. Well, that was getting into a fight quicker than I thought. Yeah, I thought I had already looked at the entrance of the castle and determined that I wouldn't be able to get into the main entrance, but apparently that might be an option that I haven't considered yet. I mean, this doesn't look too difficult to get through. At least while I'm in combat, I don't have to deal with the curse anymore. I mean, this will give me experience, so I don't mind fighting these guys. Let's see. What can we do? I hope I actually put down all my skills, by the way. Pretty sure I did, but... wait, are these... She can't tell, right? Well, they're definitely weak to fire, so it shouldn't really be that much of an issue. So let's just create an oil surface here, and then burn them. Wait, did that not... I can create even more oil. Do you think I can get rid of the sentinels that way? Wonder if they'll be doing anything. And then this will... let's do that for her.
I bind you in solemn battle oath.
Maybe I should have moved, but it'll be fine. I mean, I can just send an explosive arrow down here, right?
This will blow up in your face.
They're already burning. Wait, the sentinel? Galvanized. Oh, right. Doesn't galvanized mean that they're not able to die? Or rather, not able to take damage? Splintered arrow is the thing that's dealing insane damage every time, right?
It looks like one, but stings like thousands.
Huh. Do they, like, lose their burning very quickly every time because of being, Well, that's sad. I feel like they should have died from that. Should I move back a bit, or... Maybe a tiny bit. And she...
Death is at hand.
I don't know what these sentinels do. Typically, they look at you and then you die or something. But I mean, clearly they aren't doing that much currently. Okay, frozen. Let's maybe just use the fire. Ah, that might hit Medora. Well, let's see. I could use a silver arrow, but I don't really... I think just hitting it with a normal attack is probably the best course of action here. Let's enter my precision stance. Because I'm also able to hit it twice. Yeah. Fireball I've already used. I could summon a fire elemental. In theory, that might also tell me what the hell these sentinels are even doing, right? Let's send down a flare. What's the radius on that? Is there even a radius to it? What kind of ones do I have equipped? Fire and electro, right? Yeah, honestly, just attacking it normally probably already does a bunch. Can even do that twice, yeah. Easy. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so just getting rid of the elementals and therefore apparently their resistance already allows you to get through this quite easily. Well, why would I ever bother going around to the side entrance if I can just take this one and be done with it? I don't know. Oh, oops. Well, where'd the ice puddle come from, though? See, this is why having snow boots that allow you to not slip is a good thing. Okay, let's pick up everything that we have here. Water essence. Oh, right. I forgot about the... Is it this? Yeah, it's R3. R3 shows you all the available things on the ground. Okay, well, since there are more sentinels here, I suspect that there are going to be more enemies. Still not a big fan of approaching the castle up front, though. But I don't remember if they ever opened up this gate. We'll take a look at it, though. This was what? Hyberheim Cave. Alright. Ah, okay. As I thought. Well, so is the whole idea here that the sentinels would kill you or something if you get too close to them? I wonder. Well, I think I'm just gonna do this similarly to what I just did, right? Let's throw down some oil there. Oh, oops. Throw down the boulder here. This time it got damaged, though. I don't fully understand why the other two didn't. I might also desecrate my main this time, because in theory that should raise the fireball attack damage, right? Let's do the splintered arrow again. That actually did less than I thought. fireball. Should be able to hit both of these with that. Do I want to walk back or something? I mean, yeah, I don't think that's actually necessary. Wait, the batting, was this the one that can knock down? Yes. Oh, they're immune to that. Well, that's unfortunate. Should be able to cripple them, though. No. I mean, having the frozen status isn't really the best thing in the world, right? But they're so weak that ultimately it doesn't really matter. Oh, I think it's confused. Yeah, the cool thing is, because of the smoke, they have to move in order to be able to hit me, right? Because otherwise, obviously, their attacks are just ranged. So having to move through the smoke, which then also has fire burning beneath it, obviously gives me a really, really big advantage here. And even though two of my characters are frozen now, this is already almost over, I guess. Should I summon in the spider, or... I mean, I don't necessarily need to heal. I don't have anything that can unfreeze somebody, though, right? Pretty sure? Because freezing touch just freezes a nearby target. Could also just summon in a skeleton or something. I always want to do a lot and then sort of end up not really knowing what to do, because I don't know, let's just do this, because the spider will be able to attack them. Because everybody else is frozen. 80% chance. Should I slow them down? Let's just slow this guy down. Oh, he's being flanked now as well. I wonder if I can... I could do this. Sure. Well, that was easy. And probably overkill. Oh, yeah. I should have entered my precision stance, but it was fine. Weakens the target. I don't really need that. Let's just attack it normally. Boom. Fucking elemental just slaps my character. Is it essentially... Apparently it doesn't really know what else to do. Well, I have an earth wand equipped now, right? Funnily enough, I'm also standing behind the corner, though. Let's move then. I like that it just straight up gets rid of the statues as well. Let's suit up. I mean, this is a pretty good warm-up, I feel like. Poor Spidey.
I feel better already.
Also died. Yeah, that's... I didn't want to go there, I wanted to pick it up. Where the heck is it? Don't even see where it's supposed to be, the water essence, I mean. What? Why is he moving? Normally I'm able to just pick them up. Pick up. Weird. Okay, seriously though, where the hell is this? Oh, there it is. Somewhere below that thing. Okay, before I move any further, let's just save, because I don't want to engage with whomever is in the castle. Can I just walk on this? Yeah.
That force field looks impossible.
Nothing stops a source hunter. We'll find a way yet.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to go there anyways. Okay, let's see. I want to go to the side entrance, so let's go back to the cave for now and see if I would be able to get through it. Hide behind cave. There also shouldn't be anybody around here anymore. Okay. So this still has the barrier. And a stone lever that might be able to open it. So I had a rabbit tell me about a potential entrance here by hopping over these, well, stone-like structures. And then the way I got into the prison though was through, was it this or this one? There was a skull that essentially transported you into the prison. But I don't think anything here actually gave me a chance to get to the side entrance. I might be able to do some teleporting shenanigans here though, but I do want to take a look at this first. So this is the main story, right? This is, we're supposed to take out the, yeah. We found Akara. Hopper the Rabbit knows of a secret way into the castle. He'll show us a chasm that is narrow enough for us to hop across and sneak inside. I doubt we'll actually be able to jump, but perhaps there is another way to get across. So I was thinking of potentially teleporting myself over to those places. The problem is I think only one of my characters actually knows the teleportation spell by themselves. So I would only be able to do it a couple of times with a scroll potentially, but not get everybody across, right? This is outside of Heiberheim. That's the main story about the generals that we supposedly were a couple hundreds or thousands of years ago. This is the tapestry. I do find it strange that there are like 5 main quests, which is good in a way because it gives you an ability to, well, sort through the information in a more, well, it's more sorted, right? You can access the information about any given thing easier by having them separate, but so we're looking, Brachus Rex was the other strong resurrected sorcerer that we killed in Sicil, right? Beneath the church. But Cassandra is somebody we're still looking for, I think. Who art though? We learned that Arhu and Brachus Rex's sister, Cassandra, used to be lovers once, but that Brachus used sorcery to turn her into a lich in order to break their soul forge. With each new tale we hear about this deranged king, we come to understand all the more profoundly the depth of the evil we dispatch. So the thing is, this soul forge, as far as I remember, meant that if one of them dies, the other one dies as well. The reason for why Brachus Rex turned his sister into a lich, though, is because by doing that, she's neither alive nor dead. And I think he thought that would help with potentially... well, essentially because he thought that it was a weakness that somebody could kill his sister and he would die as well through this connection they had. But obviously, if he turned his sister undead, then nobody can kill her, right? She can't be killed, but neither is she alive. So he also wouldn't be able to be killed through this connection. Now, in theory, we did kill Brachus Rex directly, which would potentially have some implications for his sister, which we don't really know about yet, if there are these implications, right? So that's another thing we're going after. The Wishing Brother, that was just about a well that we still have to deal with. This is that we have to go to Silver Glen. Okay, so aside from the bunny telling, so there was, I think, I think it was an earth elemental. Was it an earth elemental? It might have been. Didn't something here say that? We were informed that there is a secret tunnel that leads to the prison cells of King Boreas' fortress complex. The hatch that leads to it is buried in front of a great golem's head, a head with a tree growing out of its eye. Yeah, that's where I entered, right? But that got us into the prison, not in the castle itself. And I think the only, and somebody, I think one of the freed earth elementals. So the way this king here is dealing with people he doesn't like is he encases them in ice, right? And we actually freed quite a couple of people / beings out of these ice blocks. And one of them did tell us about this secret entrance to the prison cells, right? Where we then found Ikara, who's also encased in a much bigger block of ice that we weren't able to dispel. We also found another, like, troll or something that was really, really freaky and wanted to kill humans for pleasure. And I think I ultimately ended up killing him. The only other, like, living being here that actually told us anything of interest, though, that would get us into the castle itself, I think was the rabbit. Which, as I said, would have the problem of having to somehow cross those large sections between those stones that I wasn't really sure how to do. Okay. One thing I might be able to do, though, is teleport a character over to that switch. So let's try that. She can heal herself, so... Ah, okay. Yeah, that's out of sight. How was I usually able to do this? I think I actually tried this already. I might have. I wonder if you can kind of cheese it by just looking past it. Why are we all standing so close together? It still counts as being out of sight, right? I thought that maybe there would be a funny way to cheese this. I don't think there is, though. Well, yeah, the problem is that I have the teleport spell, but nobody else has. I'm pretty sure that Lillian had teleport scrolls at some point. What is Medora doing over there? Yeah. She has one scroll. But the issue is I can't teleport myself, I'm pretty sure. Or can I? Oh, wait. Wrong character. Yeah. I can teleport others. Oh, what? What the fuck I just do? Wait, does it blind me if I try to teleport myself? Is that what just happened? I like how you just like have the hand next to your face and looks really funny. Is that a thing? Head vibes. Oh, wait. Whoopsie. I cast the wrong spell. Yeah. Okay, teleport can't be used on yourself. So without having two characters that can teleport, that's not an option, sadly. And I only have one scroll, but I would have to do like 4 teleports or something.
I feel better already.
Unless I'm missing... Would there be another way to hop over those chasms? Let's heal up Medora, by the way. I mean, I can always try to just go back to the entrance. There might be a way to... But I mean, this is the path that I'm supposed to take, right? Oh. Unless... unless... I actually only have to get one character across, correct? Because then I would be able to open this gate. Unless there are, like... I don't know, creatures here somewhere. Let's try to go here. Maybe I can reach this with a teleport? Mind if I'm able to reach this in theory? I mean, this is a bit more open, right? Here, there are some stones that might be blocking sight of being able to teleport there, but... let's go back to the castle entrance. Well, seeing as I do still have one additional teleport scroll, maybe I can somehow use that to... to at least get one character across? The way the quest was worded, though, made me think that maybe I would be able to potentially go to... Okay, give me a second here.
The castle's but a hop away.
Alright, sorry about that. Somebody asked me a question. Where was I? Right, so, yeah, the rabbit told us about this potential way. One thing that I find curious here is that it felt like I had already been over-relying on this, on the potentials of the teleport spell quite a bit. So, I am not quite sure that that's what you're supposed to be doing here. I feel like there might be more to this. Like, maybe there is... Wait. Let's just save again. No, okay. Can't go further. I was slightly confused at why you would be able to go this far. So it's really not that much distance, as you can see. But enough to where obviously you can't walk over. I would be able to teleport everybody over, but then I myself wouldn't be able to go. And the problem is if I only try to teleport one character over, then they will be out of sight of my character who has the teleport spell, right? Somehow, the way this is, or the way this looks, makes me think that maybe there might be a, maybe it's some sort of magical access way or something? I just had in my mind, right? Like a way to potentially...
Need to warm up.
What is this? Oh, that's... Yeah, right. That's the hatch that gets us to the... No, this got us to this cave. Oh, right. And then I think going through the cave makes you end up in the dungeons, right? I'm pretty sure. Right. So yeah, I was thinking that maybe there is some sort of special way to... That looks like a wand. Am I not able to pick that up? Maybe there would be some sort of secret access point here that allows you to summon some sort of magical bridge. I don't know. It's very hard to see through the snowstorm, right? In theory, I'm not that far away from where I want to go. But potentially too far to actually somehow... I mean, this would be the furthest point that I could go, right? So if I try to teleport Lillian, for example... Choose teleport destination, yeah. It's just slightly out of range. This is considered out of sight because I'm pretty sure that it's not actually part of the map. Maybe? Although this would be, right? Don't know why that would be considered out of... Wait, let me... Can I cast Fireball down there? Seems like I can. Wait, the spell might be choosing the teleport destination from... what? Okay, this doesn't seem to be out of sight. It just says too far. Wait, so let me, if I guess I would have to move Lillian over here, maybe? As far as I can? Still considered out of sight. Well, now I'm also kind of feeling as if I'm doing something that isn't actually allowed or wouldn't be allowed. They very sneakily also introduce a lot of these hops, right? So you'd have to... Because I could, with the scroll that I still have, right? Lillian could teleport over my main character to this place. Then the main character could take Lillian or somebody else out of my party, teleport them here, and then teleport them here. But from that point, I wouldn't be able to go further. If I had another teleport scroll, then this character would be able to teleport over my main character, and then the main... Yeah, so I would need 3 teleport scrolls, right, in total? So, to be able to pull this off, because it's 4 teleports. 3 for my main character, and then the 4th one would be for that other person. Funnily enough, though, at that point, my main character would be stuck here, unless until I can potentially get another teleport spell somehow. Why do I feel like that's not actually the solution, though? You think there would be somebody to talk to about the, Hopper the rabbit knows of a secret way into the castle. Will show us a chasm that is narrow enough for us to hop across and sneak inside. I doubt we'd actually be able to jump, but perhaps there is another way to get across. Maybe. Did I ever talk to Arhu about this possibility? I did talk to the rabbit again. Let's see. Arhu should still be in the prison, right? Pretty sure. Because I have this inkling. Oh, fuck. Wait, did I already deactivate this? I don't remember how this was done. Did I get rid of... I guess I already dealt with whatever that entailed. Okay.
Nation. Not even a crack.
Yeah. This is the person we want to free, Ikara.
I've tried my very best, and will try and try. Like
I definitely
I said,
already talked to
so
him.
far, my attempt. This frost-touched magic isn't Leandra's doing.
Yeah, and he basically tells us, yeah, by the way, in order to get her out, we need to defeat the king. Which I want to do.
It seems the Winter King has woven ice too rare and powerful for mere fire.
I mean, it might be, honestly...
I don't know how long she'll last within that ice. There must be a way.
Let's try to just click on the castle entrance thing here. Because maybe that'll give us more information, right? Sometimes they give you other quest objectives with this.
The force field brims with 1,000 distant voices. They seem to be expecting some kind of incantation.
Abacadabra?
1,000 sniggers resound, but nothing further happens.
Ah. But see, it did update my log, so... Eternal Winter. We located the entrance to King Boreas' castle, but the way in is barred by a magical force field. We won't be able to enter the castle unless we can find something. A spell, perhaps, that can remove the force field. Huh. So there's... Oh. He literally is standing right there. Well, yeah, the thing is, I suspect that he's probably going to potentially attack us more or less right... Ooh, what the fuck happened there? More or less right away, as soon as we get rid of that force field. So obviously having the ability to take the side entrance here would help quite a bit. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing a couple of options here, because not only is there the way to quote-unquote hop across, but there is also that switch. Though then again, the switch with those rocks in front of it might just be so that you can get back, right? Essentially a way for you to, as soon as you've dealt with the whole situation here, that you'll be able to access the map without much issues. Oh, hello. Okay, it looks like he has got some tricks up his sleeve, right? Lightning, fire... well, there aren't any... Okay, he definitely has 2 sentinels that probably do something. Okay. He is level 12, though, so... shouldn't be too tough to deal with, as soon as we can find a way in. Let's double check. Cultist spell. An intricate spell that can tear down the barriers between rifts. Force field bypass spell. Warm as human flesh, this parchment seems imbued with benevolent power. So I suspect that I found this on some character that we dealt with. I'm pretty sure. Huh. I guess that's the solution then, right? Seems a bit anticlimactic. I wonder what the solution with the rabbit is. I mean, maybe there are other spells that I just haven't really encountered yet, or other, like if you're using potentially other classes, maybe there are other ways to deal with those chasms, or to deal with like large gaps in the road. Maybe there are actually spells that allow you to hop across or something. I wonder if there would be a way, because in theory we could just use a ladder of some sort, right? And just or some planks. Although maybe it's a little bit too far for that. I mean, it is... We can teleport over, but it's at least like 10 meters or something across, right? Well, I guess if I activate this, though, we will be able to get through. So let's heal up. And try to deal with Mr. Boreas. Right? I guess that's why you want to deal with Leandra and everybody first, so that you can actually get through this force field. Read. Speak the spell before the barrier of the Winter King. Its incantations will call the spirits of the realm of fairy away from their stations, and you may pass freely.
With this incantation, we can pass the force field that bars the way to the castle.
High time for an audience with King Boreas, I say.
I agree. So I guess I had to update the log with it. We obtained a scroll from one of Leandra's personal guard that details the incantation needed to gain entry to King Boreas' castle. We're as good as in now. Yeah, I guess we are.
Chill to my bones.
The force field brims with 1,000
Speak the incantation you found among the defeated Immaculates.
The voices sound pleased, then grow distant and evanesce.
Nice. Quick save. Okay, so he's just here. I mean, the weird thing is, usually these kinds of enemies do have some sort of cool dialogue attached to them, so there isn't a point in sneaking up to them. You kind of just want to, you know, engage them. I don't know if I want to stand on this weird ground floor thing, though. Hello, Mr. Boreas. Wait, can we just talk to him?
There thou art! The upstart that seeketh to upset the harmony of Heimerheim. Why hast thou ventured here, Avatar of Man? Why dost thou seek the downfall of Lord, nay, King Boreas, Sovereign of Winter?
I guess I just hate snow. I have come here in search of the elusive White Witch.
So thou seeketh but another human, a worm of no import. But though thou tramplest through my realm and besiegest my fortress, thou shalt not have her!
Okay. Another human. The way he pronounced another human. Is this the same voice actor as the one who plays Xenos in 14? It's just the pronunciation there was really similar. So tell me, Boreas, what is it you have done to this realm of fairy?
Fairy! I have marcheth to the gallows. I Heimerheim drawn forth from freeze and frost.
Doesn't really answer my question.
How they mock at me, my brother seasons. Thou art the ugliest quarter, they saith to my frozen face.
Well,
thou art the blemish of the year. Fool that thou art, my brothers. Winter is the jewel of the seasons. And now it is the ruler of time and Heim. Heimerheim!
that was... The ruler of time and Heim is a pretty cool sentence. Okay, so... I do like winter a lot as well. I like snow. It's really, really cool when it snows. But I do have to agree with him that he's pretty ugly. He looks like a distorted demon snowman or something. Why does he have a carrot nose as well? At first I thought it was some sort of horn when I saw his in-game model, but it's literally a carrot. How did you overcome your 3 siblings?
'Tis easy when thou hast but to wish upon a well, and the generous pit delivereth unto thee the power of chaos. It doth whisper, the demon straight into my wintry wit, and a woman he sendeth forth into the fields of faerie.
Wait, that... Is he just suggesting what I think he is? Does that weird well that we encountered have something to do with him being able to take over the fairy realm? Was the well trying to deceive us? Or is it literally just a wishing well that grants you any wish? Why would it have so much power, though?
The stone of stars, no more doth she ask of me. The stone and blood of imps. In return she giveth unto me this staff. My siblings enslaved within.
Okay, so, well, Leandra was the one who did all this. He just took this power from her.
Strong are they, these immaculates, stronger than thee. For thy wield the powers of darkest demons. And stronger than thee I am too. The lord of all the seasons, the ruler of all the elements, the one king of eternal winter!
Oh, that's why he has these things in the 4 corners, because he now technically rules over all the seasons. And he just chose to make everything ice because that's his favorite. Okay. I'll have you know, I killed a bunch of Immaculates already, so you shouldn't be too, you know... I mean, technically Leandra is far above my league still, but yeah. Anyways, enough of this. Our battle has been a long time coming. It really has been a long time.
Thou hast traveled far and delveth deep into the heart of winter. But here thou shalt find thine end. Ice preserveth life and death, and in between the two thou shalt spend the ages in frost encased.
Cool. Let's see what he does. Boink. Okay, just freezes everybody straight away. Shit. Well, that's not great. Oh, he has a lot of HP. And a lot of resist. Oh. I think... So he's resistant to everything currently. Probably because these sentinels still exist. Right. So we want to get... We want to deal with these sentinels in order to be able to strip him of his power then. Interesting. Okay. Well, the fact that he froze everybody makes this a little bit more complicated. I don't necessarily think it's really worth attacking him at this point, unless... well, I can slow him down or things like that, right? Can I heal? Do I have something to heal others? I have a regeneration scroll. The problem is Lillian is frozen for 2 turns. Main is frozen for 1. Is there a way to... That's actually a good question. Is there a way? It creates a steam cloud. When targeting a character, deals piercing damage. Can blind targeted characters. Placing arrow packed with time to... Okay, so this is just to blind them. I wonder if I can somehow unfreeze everybody. But obviously I don't want to damage everyone. I would be able to throw that to heal. So I was looking for something like the flare spell, which just warms you up, right? Yeah. Let me take a look here. But yeah, shooting these burning arrows and whatnot at this point, I don't think is really worth it. Well, I mean, unless he packs something, unless he does something that is completely insane in terms of damage, Lillian should still have some leeway here. Let's see. The good thing is they're not too far away. If I walk back this way, the splintered arrow deals quite a bit of damage, doesn't it? Wait, let me double check. Fire an arrow that splinters on impact, piercing damage over enemies in a radius. Right, and since there's only one there, it should, in theory, deal quite a bit to the sentinel itself.
It looks like one, but stings like thousands!
Wait, what? Oh, I probably should have examined this thing first. Did I not hit it? It doesn't... I mean, obviously it's weak to fire, but... What? Why did it not... Did I actually... Oh. Wait, what happened? Did I, like, target the ground accidentally or something? What? Oh well. Whatever. I could try to knock him down. I don't know if that's really worth it. I could... Let's see. If I move a little bit... Oh, she was standing in that ice? Seriously? Target is blocked? Well, I could also throw something at it. Let's see. Although throwing something over that distance might not be the best idea. Yeah, you can't really throw that far, and characters tend to, like, throw really badly. Well, let's just try. Oh boy, that really didn't deal as much damage as I had hoped it would. Damage, movement, chance to hit. Well...
Now thou shalt have a taste, Avatar, of the cold, dead breath of Boreas!
Ah, okay. So he summons in ice elementals. What's he doing? Okay. Tried to slow her down. Holy shit, that's a lot of ice. Ice elemental fragment. Do you think they might explode at some point? Oh boy, that's actually quite a few people to deal with now. And a water ward as well. Water immunity permanent. Well, the main issue here is I would like to, like, throw down a fireball here, but the problem is everything's, like, really, really close together. Well, now I regret sending her over there, because she would probably have an easier chance dealing with these guys. Let's see. I could try to charm the elemental. This wouldn't hit anybody else. Let's just try that. At least that's now burning. And then okay. It didn't splinter off to the water ward for some reason. Cures weak, blind, mute, and infected. Cures poison. Farseer. Could cast it on myself. Do I have something to throw? I mean, I do, but that would burn everybody here. The problem is you can't aim these things well. And moving might mean that I slip, which would knock me down for a couple of turns. Let's try being a little bit conservative for the time being. I mean, I can create a lot of fire surfaces here. That might not be the worst idea. Would actually get rid of some of the ice, huh? Haste to target. I could try to haste myself. I could just... Well, I could throw a fireball down here, maybe. It's probably more effective than burning the...
Die, vermin!
Okay, and that's the ice elemental gone. And I have lightning, right? So I could just use a normal attack on this thing. Oh no, never mind. I'm out of AP for that. Ooh, that was a lot of AP used. Okay. Why is she still frozen? I don't like that. So these ice elementals can freeze you really, really easily. And the problem is a lot of things still get their turns. I could move back slightly and try to... throw this. Like, oh shit, that was not enough movement. Oh fuck. I'm gonna hit myself with this, ain't I? I did. Well... let's heal her up then. Okay, the water ward itself doesn't do anything. Why did the fragment die, though? Well, I don't want to heal the water ward, but I'm not able to... She's still frozen. Well, main character gets another turn and could heal her up. He doesn't really need to get healed himself. That thing's burning. Can I not hit it? This looks like I can't actually hit it from where I'm standing, which is really strange. Like when I select, which is probably why I actually... So I can hit the ground next to it. Yeah, it was definitely not the right call sending Medora over there. That was pretty bad. I don't get why I'm not able to hit it. Why it hits the ground instead of the thing. If I can get rid of one of the sentinels, that will help a lot, though. I'm pretty sure. I'm standing really, really unfortunate here. Do I want to... I think I have to actually risk moving. Yeah, okay. For some reason, it still doesn't allow me to hit this thing. I really don't know why. Yeah, Medora's really in the way there. Well, everything's already burning, right? So...
This will blow up in your face.
Ooh, nice. That was definitely a good hit. I think I can do that again. Oh wait, is the Frozen Sentinel still taking damage from something? It is. Wait, why is it burning? What? Can it not die? It still has 1 HP. There we go.
Damn for thy deceptions.
Okay. Well, that was not that difficult. Okay, I definitely need to heal Lillian, though. And then, should I just attack the water ward? Sure. So, in theory, he now should have lost a part of his ice resistance, right? And potentially also not be able to use additional ice skills or something. The problem is Medora can't check. She's also kind of still standing in fire. Encourages allies around you. Range 15. Yeah, I definitely shouldn't have called her over here or moved her over here. The problem is if I move over here, she's going to slip. But I mean, there's ice around everywhere, right? So... And he should still be... I don't think it's worth attacking him quite yet. I could taunt him. I wonder if that's a thing. I would have to move to him, though. I don't... well, I could still heal as well. Wait, do I actually have... Please don't tell me if I got... Yeah, she has healing potions. So I could heal. I could, like, slightly move over here, unless I get knocked down. Burning failed. Nice. And... let's see if this works. Of course it doesn't. Well. Am I close enough to encourage everybody? Yeah, I am. So let's do that. Bomb! Holy fuck! That's a bit more damage than I would have liked. Well, he desperately needs a heal now. Okay, so his staff is pretty potent. Okay, I think... Right, the game doesn't technically have ice, so I decreased his water resistance. Also, did he take... I think he took damage from it being reflected. So that's seemingly a thing that can happen. Okay. Well. You think I can slow him down? Or, I mean, it might fail, but the thing is this is a water spell, and he has water resistance. So I never quite know whether or not, in theory, it would still just be a willpower saving throw, right? As the spell says. So, well, she can't actually look at his willpower though. Slowing him down might be pretty good. Okay, so getting rid of the Sentinel definitely did something, I think, to his resistances, but he still has way more resistance than I thought he would. So I'm pretty sure that I will still want to deal with all of these other Sentinels. Right, it might be worth to summon in the Undead Warrior just so that he has another target to hit. I would be able to throw oil on this thing though. Don't necessarily know if that's worth anything. Well, apparently they all have minus resistance to... But yeah, honestly, summoning in my trusty skeleton might not be the worst idea.
Rise from your grave to aid us!
Because that way he can hopefully hit the skeleton instead of me. And freeze the skeleton instead of me. Okay, well, if they all have... problems with fire, it might be worth doing this. I don't want to churn through all my fire arrows. Then again, if a fight against the King of Winter isn't a good use for fire arrows, what is, right? Oh yeah, they'll do a bunch of damage. Why is it still taking damage though? I feel like that's a bug, isn't it? So it's burning and should, in theory, only take 2 rounds of burning damage. But for some reason, it just keeps burning. Oh, you know why? Right, it's not a bug, actually. But it's a thing that is quite strange, and I don't really... Well, I understand it, but I don't know why they made it this way. Technically, I think the Sentinel is not part of the combat. Right? It's a static object in the game world, so it's not part of combat, so it doesn't fall under the what's it called? It doesn't fall under the rules of turn-based combat, right? It takes damage according to out of combat, which means frequently taking the burning damage, which I don't know why it works this way. I feel like this it might have been an oversight when they designed this game. I don't know. But anyways, let's take another look at him. Ooh, yeah. So now he would be able to actually take air damage. He does still have an inherent pretty good resistance to water though. So I definitely want to get rid of the fire sentinel then, which would in theory, he has also 5 willpower. What does that mean? Reduces the chance to receive a status by 75%. All right, so slowing him down, potentially not the best idea. Well, let's see, can I take a look at why does even the fire... I feel like these should have like different resistances, I don't know. Do I need her to heal anybody? Not really, right? She has the best chances of dealing with the sentinels quickly, I feel like. So... she's not in her precision stance currently. Might be worth throwing one of those healing grenades, though. I mean, they both still have regenerating health on them. Yeah, let's move her away. I want to get her to a point where she can deal with the sentinels, and I probably don't want to move her through the middle of the arena, right? Obviously, there is a fairly high chance she will get knocked down, as you see. But that's just something I will have to deal with, sadly. Okay, well. So he can take air damage now, right? He does still have the other resistances. Fuck, I forgot, but he still has physical resistances too, right? Which, I mean, I might still be able to either cripple him or knock him down, things like that. Let me just double check here. I mean, I could throw a holy hand grenade as well, considering, well, currently it would heal him too, right? But he hasn't really taken that much damage. I don't know, I just don't want to risk anybody dying. But then again, Medora herself might still also want to, well, main character still gets a turn, which will heal him. Yeah, the problem with the Holy Hand Grenade really just is that I might not even hit him. It might just go completely off the rails. Razzle Dazzle was blinding, right? I think. Yeah. I could try to do that. But there, again, there is a high chance that I might be hitting myself. Stuns target on 4 meter radius and deals air damage to them. Oh boy. Okay, how high is the chance that I hit anybody else with this? Oh fuck, Medora's still on the ground there as well. Ugh. A very high chance. Well, Medora is still stunned anyways, but she would take damage from this, right? Man, I get that, you know, throwing things requires, you know, a certain amount of dexterity, but sometimes it is quite dumb, just the sheer amount of... Well, how much damage did he take? Really not that much, right? Honestly, yeah, let's just try doing this. Nice. Okay. Well, I mean, it was a little bit unnecessary, but yeah. Let's try to knock him down then. Immune to knockdown. Great. Also doesn't take damage from that at all, it seems. Bleeding status? I mean, none of this actually works on him currently, right? Pretty sure. He does take some damage, though, from physical attacks. Ooh, hello. Hello, that's not something that I expected. Wait, how did he get hastened? Was that part of that spell? And he can still freeze? Okay, well that was bad. Shit, ooh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, this is bad. So I guess he can still draw upon the power of the Sentinels that still exist. This is really bad. Does he just get hastened in general if ice is on the field? Hastened permanent, yeah. Oh boy. That's bad. Fuck. She's still on the ground. And this is not necessarily an easy path to traverse. Medora can't even... Well, I can't heal Medora either, right? That's bad. That's really bad. Absorbs earth damage. I guess I can fortify her.
Armed, well armored.
And then... Ooh, right. I can cast rain. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. These small fragments can burn, right? Fire elemental. It is a big problem that he is hastened, though. I need to get rid of that sentinel. How long until I can heal again? 2 turns. Oh, well, that's not too bad. Do you think I could teleport him, actually? No. I could haste myself. It might be worth summoning in something as well. More targets to hit, you know. The higher the chance my actual characters won't die. Nick, help me. I know this is a troubling situation, but I need you. Okay, so he can maybe deal with these guys. Eh. Oh boy. Yeah, I can see that.
I think I'll go for the eyes this time.
What was this again? Crushing damage and can inflict disease. Wait, what? Why is it his turn? Was she still, like, affected by something? Or slowed? Or... maybe? I could summon in the spider as well. Again, you know. The more things I have, the easier it might be to deal with these things. Let's try to help Medora out. Shit, I can't hit the thing. Water. Yeah, sadly I unequipped my water one, didn't I? Don't know if it's worth trying that. It might be. Let's try.
My victory!
Well, it's frozen. I guess that's one thing. Okay. So I could drink a potion or something in order to heal up. I have a fire wand equipped though, so I don't want to attack them with my normal attacks. Oh yeah, let's heal her up. It's definitely a good call. Thankfully, she is still fortified.
I'll make short work of this scum.
Okay. Yeah, please do, Nick. Not enough AP. Shit. Spider's going to deal with the fire elemental, hopefully, maybe? Okay. And that's Medora's turn. She has battering ram again. I need to get over to that other sentinel, but I also need to deal with these things. I mean, I don't know how often he can actually call upon these powers though, and how long they last, right? So it might be that he can't actually summon in all of these wards and everything like all the time. Oh, that would hit all three of them? Yeah, sure, let's do that. Oh, getting rid of the ward also got rid of... Oh, I didn't realize that would be a thing. Well, that's good then. And then she also needs to desperately heal herself up. Let's see. Item. Large healing potion. Let's drink that. Well, I don't know how long Nick would stay around anyways, so...
What a deluge!
Okay. Freezing failed. Did somebody get stunned? Whoa! Wait, he stunned himself? How the fuck did that happen? Is he still in a water puddle from my stunning spell from before? I think he might be. Ooh, awesome. Well... Okay, so I was thinking that maybe Lillian could walk over to this thing as well. The problem is she doesn't have fire spells, which seem to be quite, you know, capable of taking these things out. But... Well, she has oil, hasn't she? Ooh, since the ground's already burning. Yeah, maybe that's actually not a bad idea. With her movement, she should be able to get over there quite effectively. And I still have a lot of turns to do other things. How much does she need? And this only costs 3 HP, right? So I do have quite a bit of movement plus action available. Okay, I have to make sure though that it actually starts burning, so it needs to be put like somewhere behind it or something. Let's move here. Well, technically those surfaces are burning, right? I hope this counts. I hope this counts. Well... Shit. It kinda did, it kinda didn't. Let's just try to slow him then. Slow failed, okay. Well, that was unfortunate. Not necessarily what I wanted.
Once my arrow tastes blood, it craves more.
freezing arrow. Well, that would hit Nick as well, right? Could try to knock down the fire elemental. That was a weird sound, right? That was... I almost sounded like a... what's it called? I mean, the spider's still here as well. Lowers all of your target's primary stats. Primary stats lowered for 2 turns. I might want to do that for... You think he can get poisoned, by the way? He doesn't have poison resistance, right? He's also still stunned. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about being poisoned. Well, he is still stunned, though, so I might want to do that next turn. And just try to hit these guys with a normal attack, maybe? The problem is Lillian's idea over here didn't really work out, so... I feel like she should still eventually try to move to where she can hit that thing. She is still standing in ice too, though, so... makes me feel I probably want to... Well, I can exit the stance again, right? So let's just hit this thing normally. Oh, it's knocked down. Well, I didn't realize that was going to be possible. Okay, so that's frozen, that's knocked down, he's stunned. Going quite smoothly, honestly, at this point. I'm thinking about hastening her. That might help. Definitely gives me more points to try to do stuff with. Thunder Jump. Jump from one target to the other, hitting a maximum of 2 targets, stunning them. Oh, my skeleton is gone now. Well, that's unfortunate. I could also summon in other things. Honestly, shit, I completely forgot about that. One thing that I could have done is I could have just summoned in a fire elemental myself, fairly far away, but close to those sentinels, and try to take them out with a fire elemental. Ugh. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. Removes burning, frozen, stun, charm, healing, and shields. I mean, I could just try to teleport this thing away, but Spider and Medora should be able to deal with it. I still could summon an air elemental somewhere back here and just make him move over here. I don't know. This thing... They aren't really, yeah. Has fairly high resistances against that, though. I don't know why they all... I feel like... Shouldn't they have different resistances based on their element? That's definitely strange. But anyways... I could do this thunder jump, right? Okay. I never quite know how the movement is supposed to work with that, but oh well. Oh yeah, now it also takes much more damage. Nice. I like how powerful the spider can be. Should I try to move over? I mean, the spider might get knocked down because I think this would count slightly as being in ice. But being able to potentially hit the baddie...
Stay back, my friend.
Let's deal with these elemental things. requires 7 AP. Let's hit him then. Also counts as him being flanked, so... Cool. Okay, Medora's turn. Well... Trying to move her over here, probably not really worth it. So... I could encourage everybody again. Lillian's a bit too far away for that, but why not? Wait, what? Oh, skill is in cooldown. I didn't. Oops. I didn't even see. There still is like a... Do you see that? There's like a black bar still on the top left of it, but because the picture is black there to begin with, I didn't notice that it was a thing. Well, that's unfortunate. Target is blocked. Yeah, everybody else is standing in front of it. Try to cripple him. Well, I'm not close enough for that. I could try taunting him again. It's a willpower saving throw, so it would be about 25% effective, right? It would be funny, though. Because he will also... Yeah, why not? I mean... Nope. Does not work. Well... What do I do then? I don't know why this... I mean, I could still move her here, right? I don't know if moving myself would really do the trick. I could also just save the AP for whatever he does next. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So that experiment with trying to burn a thing by burning the ground didn't really pan out, so... let's maybe deal with that thing first.
Face the unending darkness.
Well, she's back here now, though. Does she have a scroll or something? She has a firefly scroll. She has a fireball scroll. That might work. Or not. Wait, why doesn't it? So I can throw the oil barrel there, but this is not allowed to go back there? Really? She sadly doesn't have... I thought she might have a fire elemental. She has an ice elemental that she could summon in. Or an earth elemental. But sadly nothing... Oh, yeah. I gotta change those notifications. Alright. We move the cable over. Alright. Should work. Hopefully. It's a little bit annoying because it's below the table. Examine. So, yeah. Their resistance is... Well, the thing is that burning worked so well because they were out of combat and they just burned to death. And for some reason I'm not allowed to throw the fireball over there. Probably want to keep the scroll for whenever I remove his resistances. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna keep with my original plan to move Berdotta over there to just hit the thing. Do I just want to preemptively heal, or... I mean, I could also try... What else do I have? Deals immense damage to a summoned creature. Completely forgot that I had that as well. I mean, I could summon in an Earth Elemental just to, you know, annoy him. Might as well use these scrolls, right? Oh, wait. I can do that anyways. Oh, it costs me 10 AP due to low geomancy. Ah, well, never mind. Come here.
Manifest and crush those who wish me harm.
End her turn for now. Okay, so she is... Is there still ice here somewhere? It just looks wet. I think this is now water, right? So let's move her as far as possible. I forgot to turn off her stance, didn't I? I did. Oh boy. Well... Fuck. Happens. I could try... I mean, stun seemed to work on him. Right, because his air resistance is reduced quite a bit now. Because I already got rid of that particular sentinel. Might actually be a good idea to work with that, huh?
A taste of the gathering
Nice.
storm.
He's just stunned again. Okay, well that will make it a lot easier to deal with him. Boink. I wonder if that completely eliminates him being able to summon in anything, though. Would be quite funny if that was the case. Well, now everybody's moved away. Which means that Encourage isn't really gonna do much. Why is that not... That's so weird. Maybe if I move up slightly? Let's see. Yeah, okay, now it works. Didn't get knocked down, but I don't really care. I just want to deal some damage to him. As long as I can do that. Anything else I want to do? Not really. Oh, I completely forgot that. Right. This is not long enough, right? Or is it? Might be just... Yeah, that's fine. Okay, this should work. Yeah, it's loading now. All right. Okay, 1 second. Right. Let's see. The Earth Elemental can do what? Elemental's deadly spores. Launch multiple poisonous spores. Oh. Well, let's see if he's actually, you know, if I can actually poison him. Holy fuck, what was that? Oh, it was multiple spores. So he can be poisoned. Well, that should be a pretty effective way of dealing with him, right? I don't know how much poison damage he takes, but he doesn't have any resistances against it, right? And he's stunned. I can't believe that he's just stunned. Okay, that's her Earth Elemental right now, so she won't be summoning in anything else quite yet. Do I want to move her back here? I could have poisoned him the entire time, right? Could also just make somebody more effective. I could heal. Or, but I mean, well, she's now here, right? So I think it's kind of pointless to, yeah. Let's keep her here for the time being. Might as well just heal up.
Into the fray once more.
Earth absorption, petrifying. I try to decrease all elemental resistances of enemies around you. That only counts for like enemies that are close to me though, right? Damage of target increases by 40%. I might want to give that to Medora, because she's the one hitting him with melee stuff, right? So let's move back again. Didn't even have to move that far, but it's fine. Okay. How long does Nick stay, by the way? Is he a permanent summon if you summon him in? Unless he gets killed? Would be kind of crazy if that's the case. To be completely honest. Yeah, funnily enough, I actually don't have that much that I can do. Is he still shocked? No. Become invisible. I could try to teleport him. Try to blind him as well. I'm not close enough for that. If I move over here, am I close enough then? Yes. I mean, these all deal air damage, so might as well use these spells, right?
Apply some pressure.
Blinded and not stunned this time though. Let's turn this off. Can't believe that I forgot that. Okay, with the other arrows, I won't be able to hit it though, right? Not yet, anyways. That requires 4 AP. It's quite difficult to see where the ground is actually burning and where it isn't. Let's try moving here. Ah, well. Unfortunate. Okay. That should take the sentinel out, right? Or not. Yeah, it... Well, okay. Let's just wait a couple seconds here. Maybe it didn't. It didn't get burned permanently. Maybe this is more difficult to do for that one. Well, the good thing is Lillian is now actually in range of her. You might be able to support her slightly, which is pretty good. I guess the Earth Elemental is just gonna attack him a couple times. Now he is crippled. Ah, okay. So Nick does disappear eventually. Cool. I have a lot of stuff, yet at the same time, since he has so many resistances and whatnot, it feels like I can't really do that much. I could try to stun him again. Looks like he will get 2 turns back to back. The bad thing here is, I think that no, wait, he does he get AP if he's stunned in a turn? He might be able to do quite a bit, unfortunately. I can't taunt again. Yeah, sure, let's encourage everybody that's close by. It actually does include Lillian as well, which is good. Increased my stats a little bit. Suppose I'm just gonna hit him. Boink. Okay, let's see what he does. Oh.
Sweet relief.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That's not good. Will she die when it's her turn? Why is everything still burning? Oh, that might be because of the rain. Can I summon in the rain again? I can. Might get rid of a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that's definitely really good. Okay, so now at least she's not burning anymore. And then hopefully she should be able to heal herself up. Man, having rain is really effective in this fight. I did not realize this was going to be poisoning the entire room, though. I don't know, for some reason I thought that... Well, I didn't really think about it at all, I suppose. Right, she still has the elemental summoned in. Does she have anything else to potentially heal with? Other characters, I mean? Oh, wait, I might be able to cure her poison status. Maybe? Make a target immune to being poisoned. Melee attackers may get poisoned. Well, that doesn't really help. Is there really nothing that I can do that would help her? Water shield. I can't believe that I don't have anything that helps other characters. I could try to silence him. I can do a bunch to him, but... Enchant self or ally with a fire shield. Absorbs fire damage until it breaks. Well, I wanted to cure her... I could remove her burning status. That's something that I could do. God damn it. Can't believe that I don't have anything to heal her with. At this point, you know, healing is definitely still... It's not a super big issue, but most of the time characters are going to be healing themselves through items, right? And so if multiple characters actually get status effects like stunned or knocked down and whatnot, that can be quite scary to try to deal with that. Well, so I can't really do anything for her. It doesn't really make sense to... Mythical Monkey, hi. Healing is a chore even after battles. It very much is. Especially after battles. I feel like they should have just made the healing spell at least be... at least heal you up all the way, right? Because it just gives you the ticks, and if... Well, if those aren't enough to heal you up, you need to do it again, and you need to wait for the spell to come off cooldown, and... Yeah, it's... Though I do actually like that it's quite tough to heal in battle. At least other characters, that is, because you know, provides quite a bit of a challenge, and you need to think about potentially, you know, you need to be somewhat defensive about your HP, I feel like. So it's pretty cool that at least that's one of the more challenging parts. Well, what do I do with her AP then? I don't really have anything to hit him with. I can't summon in another creature. I can't heal anybody. I don't have things to further stun him. I could hit him with a poison dart, but he's already poisoned. In theory, that would deal quite a bit of damage, though. Yeah. So let's just do that.
These toxins cannot be denied.
Ooh, yeah, that deals decent damage. Alright, so firing off that fire arrow would cause me 4 AP. That definitely gives me more than enough time to heal up. Is it finally burning up? It is. Okay. Nope, not all the way. Oh boy, okay, that's gonna be a tough call. Do I destroy this? I could destroy it completely, or I could heal her up. I mean, she is still poisoned. Thing is, Lillian's healing spell, I feel like, doesn't really come off cooldown. Yeah, let's use a healing potion. Healing potion, and also, since I do have the AP for it, let's heal up and give her 1 more point in dexterity. Oh, he has his healing up, but I wouldn't be able to reach her anyways. I don't want to walk all the way over there. Let's see. I was gonna think about, can this guy be poisoned? Because if I summon in a fire elemental over there, it might be a good chance to use that to get rid of the last sentinel, hopefully. I don't know if this guy has enough AP to walk all the way over there. Well, definitely not in 1 round, but in 2 rounds I might be able to do it. Okay, I'm not petrified, slowed, or stunned. I don't have any AP. Yeah, that's fine. Earth Elemental is gone. That is also fine, though. Let's just go through her cooldowns again. Yeah, sure. Not too much that I really need to be using here. A little bit of luck. Ah, no. Not crippled. Where did the poison come from? Oh, the poison mist got left behind by the earth elemental, I suppose. Okay, fire elemental. He can throw, let's see, elemental blaze, cast 3 magical projectiles. I could try throwing that onto the sentinel. I do need to move slightly, though. I don't even know if this guy can be poisoned. Let's throw all 3 of them. Boom. Still not entirely sure about this burning status. Sometimes it seems to linger, and sometimes it doesn't. So they're clearly still not counted as being in combat. But for some reason they are taking more fire damage than they normally would. Well, I should be able to deal with that next round. Huh, okay. Interesting that he summons his elemental in over there. Okay. Now he created his ward again. Well, that is fine. I mean, that Earth Elemental... My Fire Elemental primarily wants to deal with the Sentinel, and that Earth Elemental would take quite a bit to go over to my position. So, yeah, that shouldn't be a big issue, hopefully. She is being healed up, even though she's still poisoned as well. And I can try to deal with this ward then. I don't have... Lillian doesn't have anything summoned in anymore. Might be a good idea to get my spider back. Especially for that ward, yeah. I mean, Medora is still there as well, but... more targets to hit, the better it is. Let's see.
See how fast you scuttle!
Honestly, I am quite surprised how well I'm able to deal with him. I mean, I guess the good thing is he really doesn't have too many things helping him, right? So when I was fighting Brachus Rex, for example, he had 3 quite powerful allies, like the 3 mini bosses I dealt with around Cyseal, right? So he was quite tough to deal with. Well, sadly his AI was quite wonky, and so he was very passive while I was fighting with the other 3, and so ultimately I was able to isolate them one by one pretty well and be able to deal with them that way. This guy though, sure, when he summons in his stuff, especially because everything can attack individually, and the small shards that he summons in do get 3 attacks. 3 attacks each. But they don't deal that much damage, and as long as you don't get too many status effects on yourself, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, so she has an Earth one though. Definitely don't want to use that in order to deal with the things. Funnily enough though, I could cast an Earth Shield. Maybe this would actually make sense, considering that she is quite close to the shards. All right. Yeah, I do want to be safe in actually destroying this. So nice. Yeah, I'm dealing with the Sentinels. You don't like that, don't you? Or do you, rather? Okay, that's that dealt with. I guess I'm just gonna move her back into being able to do anything against him. Well, so he should be quite weak now, actually. Although, why does he retain so much fire resistance? It might be because of the ward next to him, though. Yeah, yeah. Can I... Let's see. I would... Well, this would be quite effective, but I would be hitting my own spider with that. Which might not necessarily be a big deal. That being said, it would probably explode a lot of the poison. And I'm not too sure what kind of additional effects that might have. Which platform? This is the... I'm playing on PS5, but it doesn't have a PS5 version. It's only the PlayStation 4 version. Which, you know, I guess the UI is probably a little bit more finicky than it would be on PC. And sadly, these types of games, especially from a couple of years ago, very rarely actually gives you options to adjust UI scaling and stuff, right? I would like to make the symbols and whatnot quite a bit smaller. And or just be able to see more hotbars at the same time. Sadly, the game doesn't allow that for some reason. But you can get used to the some of the more finicky stuff with the UI. Overall, it's really not that much of an issue. Do I just want to stun him again? I can't really do too much in that regard, though. Nice. Okay. Stunned. Might as well just attack him normally, because now he has lowered fire resistance. Oh, the PC version is quite buggy? Interesting. Well, honestly, I mean, I'm about, what, like 80 hours into this playthrough? I don't think I've encountered a single bug. I mean, the AI does sometimes do weird stuff, but that's not really a bug so much as just... It just sometimes, like, the AI doesn't know how to deal with certain situations, right? You can exploit it quite a bit sometimes, especially when you're using, you know, crowd control things like summoning in smoke and whatnot, but aside from that, I don't think I've ever encountered anything that I would consider being a bug. Oh, yeah, stuff like weapons missing or some... I haven't seen anything like that. Though, I mean, having said that, I am playing solo, right? So I don't know if those kinds of issues would crop up if I were to play with a friend. Because in that regard, the PlayStation version allows that the same thing, right? You could play with somebody else online or locally. So it might have something to do with co-op, but yeah, other than that, I haven't seen any bugs. Yeah, I'm just gonna attack him normally. Oh, yeah, that might be Australia and Canada. It might be that the game has issues with dealing with that. Yeah, that could be it. It shouldn't. I mean, it's clearly still a bug, but I can see that being a thing where it... Oh wait, is this completely immune to my spider? I could definitely see it being a thing where it would desync, potentially. Wait, really? Can I not? That's unfortunate. I thought the spider would still deal physical damage, though. Or did I... wait. 42. Earth resistance. Well, I'm just gonna try to weaken him then. I guess I'll have to deal with the ward in some other way. It's definitely fun and goofy. Yeah, there are a lot of really cool things. Either things that you can do with elements or influencing NPCs in funny ways or stuff like that. But yeah. I mean, quick saving in general is something that the game definitely requires quite often. I mean, I have encountered certain situations. There are quite a few situations, I think, where you just straight up die, right, if you do something wrong. And especially if you're not used to playing these more classical role-playing games, I suppose. I feel like there are quite a few situations where, you know, a lot of players would just run into a trap or something and their characters just die, right? And if you haven't saved, it'll, well, set you back by, you know, whenever the last save point was. Now, thankfully, you have autosave and stuff as well, but that is the only, like, that is one of the sort of minor criticisms I would have, is that I don't mind having to deal with traps and stuff. That's actually really, really cool. That's a big thing that the game does that a lot of other games don't really, I think, sort of dare to do, probably because they think that it will suck for the player. But I think that's actually quite cool that, and you also can deal with it, right? You can increase your perception rating. There are special special talents that deal with discovering traps and whatnot. So that's pretty cool. The only thing that I dislike is straight up dying from them, right? I would be completely fine with the trap dealing 90% of my HP and I somehow had to find a way out of that situation. That would be pretty awesome. But straight up killing you can sometimes feel a bit cheap. So yeah, that definitely taught me to quick save quite frequently as well. And then arguably one of the things that I might consider, well, again, it's not really a bug either, but with big boss battles like this, they usually have sort of dialogue that goes with it, right? And all kinds of things that make the fight, well, more cinematic and what it's supposed to be, essentially. But for some reason, if you utilize the sneaking feature and enter the boss battle that way, you kind of circumvent that, so you skip all of that dialogue. So I ended up now just, whenever I see a boss battle coming up, I just walk up to them, right? And don't pre-position or anything. Again, not really, it's sort of more an oversight, not a direct bug in that sense, right? Yeah, with the resurrect scrolls as well, but especially if you walk around with your main characters, right? Which has been in that regard, the game is a little bit finicky because whenever you pick something up on a character, it will go into that character's inventory, so I didn't really want to deal with having to move stuff from the secondary characters to my main characters, so I would walk around with my main characters, but then when I would walk into a trap, sometimes it would happen that it just straight up killed both of my main characters. So even though I had resurrection scrolls, it straight up gave me a game over, right? So yeah, the game, in that regard, it just has these sort of funky bits here and there where it feels like maybe there are a couple of oversights, right, that the developers either didn't really think about or whatever. It's really not a big deal and doesn't really distract from or detract from any enjoyment. But it is something you just have to be aware of or ready to deal with. With that being said, especially if you played, or if, like, this is definitely a game for people who like role-playing games, right? And in that sense, this game definitely has way less wonky stuff like that than the Elder Scrolls series, for example. I've heard that they've addressed quite a bit in the second game. I haven't played it yet. I bought the second game first because it was on sale, but then I knew that, or at least I think you don't necessarily have to have played the first one to enjoy the second, right? But well, the thing is, I definitely expected that they probably changed quite a bit to the from the first to the second game. And so I didn't want to play the second one first and then go back to the first one and be annoyed by everything that they fixed in the second one, but it's still an issue in the first one, right? So I decided to play the first one first. And honestly, in retrospect, or rather at this point, even though I haven't experienced the second one yet, I think it was a good choice because, well, yeah, some of the more wonkier stuff in this one, I don't know. It's also just in general, I think, right? In terms of graphics and I guess sort of storytelling and quests, the first one isn't as good as the second one. So yeah, I just didn't want to have my enjoyment be a little bit diminished by having played the second one and then sort of the first one after. Though, I mean, either way, it's still a really, really good game. Yeah, story-wise, it doesn't really matter. Though, that being said, they usually do some... I mean, most games do that, right? Where they potentially put in some references to the other games, or Easter eggs, or side characters and whatnot. And it is quite cool just picking up on that stuff and maybe recognizing a character or something, which you obviously also wouldn't be able to do if you played the second one first, I suppose. Oh, I missed. Nice. Elementals going at it back here. Fracted. Whoa! Why did I get an attack of opportunity there? That was interesting. I think the second one had to slightly move because the first one was blocking its view. But by doing that, they triggered my attack of opportunity. That was, well, it was quite beneficial to me, at least. Okay, her healing's still on cooldown. Can I hit that? That looks weird, doesn't it? Looks as if I would be hitting my spider or something. I don't know if that counts. That definitely hits the stairs. Well, I mean, I completely forgot that I have... I have an Earth Wand. So that would be bad. Let's just fortify her again. Especially having dealt with the Sentinels. I don't think this is gonna give me too much trouble. It decreases all... oh, that's from enemies around me, right? That's an 8-meter radius. Doesn't really help me right now. I could still just... spider's in the way. Shit. I could just straight up attack him, but... the Earth Elemental isn't in range either. It's gonna stay out of range for quite a bit. Man, there has to be something that I do, or that I could do. I completely overlooked that this also heals for 10%. It's really not much, but, I mean, in a pinch, if you don't really have anything else to heal with, might not be the worst idea. I would really like to be able to throw a fireball, but... this deals earth damage as well. That's only for nearby targets. Well, honestly, it might be worth to just move up a bit. This should get me in... yeah, this should definitely be in range. And then do this. Right.
You struggle in vain.
I somehow need to heal her up still. Into my precision stance. Let's see if this hits. It hit. Nice. That's the ward gone. Perfect. I can't do the splintering, but... just straight up hitting me. He is still stunned, so... considering how much turns I still get, and how much stuff I can do, this really shouldn't be an issue now. I could still heal her up, though. Fireball, I could throw back here. Ah, right. I didn't want to do that because of the poison. You never quite know how far those effects actually go. I could teleport the small shard. That would definitely kill it. Let's heal first. Can't do a normal attack this way, but that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Spider, let's just attack him. Ooh, nice, got the poison. Well, that was good. Oh right, the small Let's do a normal attack on this guy. Of course it misses. Okay, nice. Okay. I wonder how long his elemental stays, though. Ah, really? Frozen? Unfortunate. Didn't I have something to cure that? Slow a target, freeze a target, shoot. I thought I just scrolled over something. That's just a water shield. Well, in theory I could throw my fireball and unfreeze him like that, but that might not be the best idea. I mean, at this point... Never mind. Removes burning, frozen, stun, charm. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Probably a bit overkill to use the scroll for that, but nah. I keep so many scrolls the entire time. I really want to utilize them at this point. Also, let's just deal more poison damage. Right. She can do her single shot. That should deal quite a bit of damage. Oh yeah, he's done for. I don't think I even need to care about this Earth Elemental over here. Until he gets in range to do anything too bad, I'm already through everything. Well, my normal staff can, in theory, stun him as well, and since it also... well... that would deal fire damage, and at this point I really want to prevent exploding everything here. Potentially killing myself. Okay, he's stunned, perfect. I could just make somebody immune to burning. Let's just throw a flare on him, shall we? Although, that being said, actually attacking this guy normally might be the better choice here. Yeah. Not stunned, but oh well. The annoying bit is that the spider always ends up with 3 action points left over. We need to do the normal attacks. All right, let's try to cripple him again. Holy hell, that was more damage than I expected. Well, that's him dealt with. Elemental staff, two-handed. Oh, he drops a unique two-handed staff. That's unfortunate. He actually drops a carrot. Are you kidding me? Of course he would. Of course he would. I wonder if it looks as ugly as the carrot that he actually had stuck in his face. Tough. Alright, let's look at that stuff. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, the elemental is still there. Oops. I was gonna say, wait, I want to pick up the loot, but the elemental is still doing stuff. Well, I guess I'm just gonna wait for it to come to me. Yeah, it doesn't even have action points to do anything. I guess I'm just gonna do this. Not as much damage as I would have liked. The spider is still here as well. Oh, wait a second. Technically, it would count as being summoned, right? Yeah. All right. That was easier. Nice. Okay. Honestly, this was a pretty fun fight, I have to say. It's almost a little bit disappointing that the sentinels... So the sentinels in the corners are really, really cool because it forces you to go through the... or at least go somewhat close to the corners of the room and or find another way to get there or to deal damage at range or to summon something in that then deals with the sentinels. That's pretty awesome. I didn't fully understand why all of the sentinels had the same resistance setup though. In theory, I would have thought that, you know, the fire sentinel wouldn't have to be, wouldn't be able to be destroyed by fire and so on and so forth. Because that would then have also forced me to somehow get different damage types into each corner of the room, right? But anyways, other than that, really, really awesome fight. Especially how they force you to somehow deal with all the different... So with the whole floor being burned, the whole floor being poisoned, all of that, right? That is definitely... a tough thing if you aren't really prepared for it. Though the rain can quite easily deal with most of it, right? Okay. Can I cast the rain again though to get rid of the rest of the poison here? Or is that still considered something? It looks like it. Or not. Oh, well, anyways, let's take a look at everything. Elemental 200 staff. Oh, hello.
'Tis I, the Summer King. Wholly do I... Hey, quit shoving. Knock it off, will you? I'm trying to... Excuse me.
Okay, so... Well, he did mention that before the battle, that he had... Or I guess Leandra had captured the other kings within... Did he specifically mention staffs? I knew that he had the power of them somehow.
Out of the way.
Did not expect this though.
Well, I thought the day would never come. Thanks for giving old Carrot Face the great melt. We and the Earth Kingdom owe you a tremendous... What? Well, you'll have to wait your turn. Oh, for the love of all that's igneous, go ahead then, if it'll stop your owling.
Is he talking to the other elemental staff? Excuse me, but I've got the same eyepiece. I won't last another minute in this uncouth company. My left side's burned to a crisp and my right reeks of moss. Yeah, they don't like each other very much, it seems. Though I guess that might have kept the balance of the elements in check previously. Remind me once more who you are. How can it break you out of the stuff?
We overheard a crafty little imp named Gigix tell Boreas that the staff can only be destroyed where it was created.
Ah, okay.
The elemental forge. He seemed to imply that the forge was somewhere in Heimerheim itself, but I know not its exact location.
Well, thankfully I do. Man, that is something that I absolutely love about this game, is these different approaches that they give you, and in such a natural way as well. So usually in most other, especially more modern RPGs, the only real quote-unquote branching options are always... or most of the time there's sort of dialogue choices and whatnot that you can make, right? And most of the time it's also really, really obvious that they are branching choices, right? It's quite rare that you get branching stuff, or rather stuff that influences other things nowadays. I guess the last big example of that would maybe be Witcher 3, and even that arguably did less than its predecessors, right? What I really, really like about this game, though, is the way in which they do these different branching paths. Because at the end of the day, you still end up doing the same thing, but in various different, I guess, scenarios. Because Well, had I found a way to get into the castle here with the hint that the rabbit gave me and that, I guess, side route that you can take, if I somehow had found a way to hop over those chasms, then I would have been able to fight him before going to the Elemental Forge. But then because I decided, or rather I found the Elemental Forge first because I didn't really know how to get into the castle, I dealt with the, what are they called? Like the cultists people. And they dropped the scroll that allowed me to get into the castle, right? So it's either or. And the way for you to find these different bits and pieces is very just, it's sort of gameplay, it's a lot more gameplay dependent. It's never a choice that you just make in like a dialogue tree or something. It's literally just where you go, like physically go with your characters. That is really, really awesome. And now, since I've already dealt with all of the Elemental Forge stuff, I am able to just go there. You must hurry. I can feel my breezes stagnating within my tiny prison, and Mr. Hothead here has turned this place into a sauna. Yeah, calm down.
Better the crackle of embers than this idiotic blustering.
How long have you been in the staff form anyways?
Oh, cover your ears, hero. Nothing whips up a flame like a wild wind.
That's the flame stuff then, I guess. Yeah. Let's begin a way to search for a way to break you free.
The Elemental Forge, hero. It's the only way.
Yeah, I know. Alright.
Dancing devil sprats, comrade. A talking staff. Burn it before its sauce tendrils start leeching your eye jelly.
Your world is more horrifying than I ever knew.
Well, I guess we can't really count on these other guys being truly thankful for us dealing with the Snow King. I suspect they will be, but, you know, burning them, or rather destroying them, might not be the worst idea ever. Because who knows, right, what other shenanigans they might be up to. Wait, can you please pick up the carrot? Please don't tell me it's bugged on the staircase. Let's try to pick up the other stuff first. Oh yeah, that does remind me. I did actually discover one bug, though it was a very, very minor one. And that was actually when I tried to pick up a coin that was somehow glitched beneath the ground, beneath the ground. But it was only one coin, so it didn't matter at all. But that was a bug that happened. Also, this can be quite finicky on controller, to be honest. Alright, that's the carrot dealt with. Yeah, it might actually be that this thing is somewhere. I guess that is definitely something that can happen from time to time. It's funny because it only ever happened to me once, and now with us talking about bugs, it might have happened again, huh? Yeah, that is quite annoying, sadly. Well, thankfully it's a weapon that I wouldn't need anyways, and since I have more gold that I know what to do with, it doesn't matter all that much, but yeah, it seems that items can sometimes bug beneath the map if it happens to fall on slopes or stuff like that. But, well, then again, I mean, it is only the second time of this ever happening, but it does seem to be, unless I'm missing what I'm supposed to pick up here. But it doesn't look like there is a staff anywhere nearby, right? Yeah, might be lying beneath the staircase. Oh well. Well, let me look at the... Find the witch. Boreas is dead, but his nefarious magic lingers. We still need to find a way to free Ikara from her icy prison. Oh. Okay, so that's not everything dealt with, I guess. Well, maybe the, if we free the other elemental kings, maybe they will be able to help us deal with that permafrost ice thing. We defeated King Boreas, who sanctioned the incarceration of his own siblings and the mass killing of his servant imps in pursuit of power. We have dethroned Hyberheim's tyrannical king, but Leandra still made off with the Star Stone. We learned that the staff, which contains the imprisoned seasons, can be destroyed in the elemental forge located in Hyberheim. If we manage to do this, the seasons will be free once more. We confronted and bested King Boreas. Before his demise, he told that it was Leandra who imprisoned his siblings and his staff, making him the sole king of the realm. In exchange, she received Boreas' Star Stone, as well as access to his imps. The staff is ours to take now, perhaps it may prove useful. Okay, does it mean though that this realm now will never experience winter again? Because that would suck. I guess. Though then again, everybody who has suffered from this Winter King would probably disagree with that. Okay, right, my inventory. Should all be down here somewhere. Elemental Staff. It's so funny that you can actually use this thing, huh? With the Cane of Hyberheim in your grasp, the vitality of water flows through you and hardens into icy resolve. I wonder if you would... if something would happen if I were to actually use this in battle. It's not necessarily the best staff ever. And I'm not using two-handed staffs to begin with, but... It's a one-handed sword, though. Not really using this either. 15% chance to set disease, 10% chance to set burning. It's a pretty good sword, though. Or rapier. Armor, +1 speed, but minus movement. Also 10 less armor rating than the one that I'm currently wearing. That being said, the plus... we'll have to look at that in a second here. Become air. 100% chance to set air for 2 turns. Only take half of all physical damage dealt to you. Wow. Can only be used once per combat. Scoundrel skills are skills for rogues and thieves. High dexterity improves these skills. Read this book to learn the skill. I feel like... well, none of my characters actually has points in Scoundrel, right? And if it improves with high dexterity, then Berdotta would really be the only character that could really take advantage of it, I guess. And she is rarely being hit, especially with physical damage, because she's always at range. Wait, Scoundrel, let me just double check that though. If I go to my character screen, that would be this one, yeah. So I don't think I would even be able to learn it, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunate. And then this one is +1 dexterity, fire resistance, air resistance, initiative. And it doesn't have any sort of skill or attribute that it needs to have. Freaking carrot. -1 strength, +1 speed, +1 sight, heals 10. I think that's literally a normal carrot though, right? A humble and steadfast vegetable. Yeah, I think that's a normal carrot. I halfway thought we would get some sort of wild zigzagged carrot, because his nose did look, well, as I said, fairly ugly. Okay, let me take a quick look at these chest pieces, though. Equipment... 48 initial... the movement, yeah. I mean, +1 dexterity isn't bad, and it does have initiative on it as well. The resistances, I don't think, are that important to me. I'd hate to lose the movement, though. I really wish they... It seems that they, the chance for them to roll with movement is not that high. So... Yeah. I'm gonna keep that movement. Movement is just way too strong. Or, well, way too strong. I mean, it is very strong. If it's way too strong, I guess that also depends on your party setup, right? I definitely think you can... Well, I don't even know what types of other things you can do, right? Especially if you're like playing a thief and whatnot, you might have other movement options. But especially with a fight like this, it just really highlights how good movement can be, because it allows me to just, you know, very, very quickly traverse the room or the combat arena or whatever have you, and be able to hit certain targets. And it seems to be fairly frequent, especially in boss fights, that they have some sort of additional things that you need to hit, right? Either be these small wards or some sort of protective field, these sentinels, right? So it's just really, really good having the ability to move quite far with less AP. Okay, let me look at the other one. This was the strength one. I mean, the rest of the stuff doesn't really matter. It would be +1 speed, but 10 less armor rating. Which... well, it's a tough call. I mean, I would like her to be tankier, because she being a tank, when it works really well, because she also has the defensive stance. I can fortify her. The only issue with that is that it's actually quite difficult to taunt enemies. Taunt has quite a low chance of succeeding, especially against tougher enemies, right, that have higher willpower. So it might be worth to sacrifice some of the tankiness for more speed, but then again, do I really need that? I do still have the ram ability, which allows me to get around the battlefield really, really fast, so... You made the ranger... Really? Movement was brutal? Okay, because... I mean, that's why I gave her... She's, like... Is that a ranger? She's using a bow. I don't know what exactly her... I guess it is quite ranger-like. I don't know if she even has some sort of... Oh, yeah, the crossbow. Crossbows, I don't know why they're that crazy in terms of hurting your movement, which is why I kept with the bow. I really didn't like that crossbows. Crossbows, at least the ones that I found, had like minus 0.6 movement or something, which I thought was quite brutal, yeah. And their damage, they deal more damage, I think, than compared to bows, right? But I don't know, Berdotta is dealing pretty good damage in general, at least her abilities do. What is it called? Especially these, right? Splintered Arrow and Ricochet are really, really good, especially when groups of enemies are quite close together. And I have given her... equipment. She has, let's see, plus movement here and plus movement here. So she gains plus 1.1 movement. And she also, with her high perception, her range for normal attacks is also like 4 meters higher than everybody else's, I think. So it's really, really easy to hit targets at range. And the damage isn't really that much of an issue because of the crazy things that you can do with the different elemental arrows, right? So the main portion of her damage quite frequently comes from either burning enemies, poisoning enemies, letting them explode, or let them fight amongst themselves, right? So I don't really have that much of an issue with her not dealing that much damage by herself, I felt like. Oh, it requires 1 additional AP as well? Okay. Honestly, well, I mean, there might be other ways to deal with that, right? And there might be other skills that you can use. Obviously, I haven't tried it, but that seems quite tough to deal with. But then again, it just heavily depends, right? This game has so many options, I feel like, for dealing with things.
Into the fray once more.
So I chose the movement option more or less. Most of my characters are very agile, and so far my main tactic has been to, I guess, mostly control the battle arena by just moving in a way, by burning surfaces, poisoning surfaces and whatnot, and then moving in a way where the enemies had to go through, well, burning fields and whatnot to get to me, right? Which usually worked out quite well. But yeah, I can definitely see completely other ways to deal with things. Just being very stationary and very tough to deal with, like having very, very high armor ratings and that kind of thing could work quite well. And then obviously you can make yourself immune to fire and things completely. So it would probably also be a great tactic to have multiple very tanky characters that can't move very well, but instead have high HP and whatnot. Just burn everything around you, and then you yourself being completely immune to fire or something. There are just so many ways to deal with enemies. It's really, really fun. I'm double rotting. Yeah. I haven't found a way to get rid of it so far. And also, well, one of it was accidental. The other one I had to do because there was this weird oak here that had crazy high resistances that I didn't really know how to deal with. So I had to pick up this cursed wand that immediately destroyed it. And being cursed doesn't really do that much. I mean, it's just 1 HP every now and again, but yeah, it's a bit annoying that it's there. Okay, I don't think I can do anything else here. I should probably, let's quick save. I should probably move to the Elemental Forge next, but I do want to take a look at the side entrance. So this is where I otherwise would have been able to approach this castle.
My blood turns to ice within my veins.
Ah, okay. This does have multiple sentinels though, and traps. Oh, this looks like there might be some sort of chest or something back here. I never quite know how to deal with these weird sentinels though. Because this is lava that immediately kills you, right?
Our enemies have laid a trap.
Oh, wait, they're not... They're not invincible though.
Fiendish sluggishness!
What? The hell was that? Was that the... Was that the other sentinel doing that? Okay, let's try to get rid of them. Yeah, okay, I can just attack them. Not move to, I wanna...
Like hauling an anchor.
Of course. That's one more slightly annoying thing that this game definitely has, is that... Wait, what? Did I hit something else again? Yeah, it happens quite often that it doesn't show you properly, or rather, it does show you properly whether or not you can hit something, but the hit boxes of things can very often be strange. Objects quite frequently are much bigger than they appear. Which is not a big deal once you know that, but I've definitely quite often, especially at the beginning of the game, I very, very frequently accidentally hit like staircases and boulders and all kinds of things, just not the enemies. Wait, what? This... what? Huh? Why is this one invulnerable but not the other one? Oh. This one says it's cracked. I guess this one isn't? Ah, okay, so you can jump over traps if you're a scout. That's really, really cool, though. So I suppose that way you would have also been able to potentially jump into this castle, right? Because there's this way out here where the rabbit told me to, hey, you might be able to hop over here. Yeah, that was not something that I was able to do. I considered teleporting myself over, but I only have... only my main character has the teleport spell. Still need line of sight. I mean, still sounds very, very effective. But yeah, I have definitely had trouble dealing with these kinds of traps, where I quite often wasn't really able to move anywhere. Especially these permanent lava traps can be quite tough to deal with. Because I also can't get to it at all, right? So you also can't what's the word? Manipulate them? No. Use your kit. There is like a kit that you can use on them, right? The trap kit or whatever it's called. Do I even have one of... wait, I thought I still had one. Trap disarm toolkit, yeah, this one. But I can't use it because it's... if I try to use it, my character walks into the lava and dies. So... well, let's get at least rid of the one back there. I mean, I can throw items, I guess, but I don't think these are considered objects that can be destroyed, right? These permanent traps? The mines you can walk on, those can be destroyed, but I don't think you can destroy these. Because I also... otherwise I would be able to just throw a fireball on them, right? Pretty sure. Yeah. You can put objects on them though, right? Like barrels and whatnot, which... well, that's one of the more fun things that this game has, right? Is you can literally put wooden barrels on top of fire traps and it'll get rid of the trap, or rather it gets rid of the fire that flows out of the trap. It's as if the trap is like a water source or something. But it doesn't look like there are any barrels around. Also, let me see. Can I get rid of this poison? Because it's a little bit annoying that it's still around. Let's see.
Dripping.
I mean, that being said, going to the Elemental Forge, dealing with these staffs might be better. Oh. Well, oops. I didn't really consider that. Well, yeah, if you're walking from rain into, like, frozen wasteland, I guess you can be frozen. Oh. Oh, everybody else is still frozen as well. Well,
Bitter chill.
nobody saw that I slipped, right? Come away, you guys. I always forget to walk slowly across these things. Also, sometimes there are like tiny specks of ice next to the puddles, and you just sort of forget that they're there, or you just don't see them. And then you slip on like a 1 centimeter tiny square of ice. Okay, there's no teleport point there. Oh. Can I move these barrels? I could. Well, that would be very annoying, though, to take them all the way with me. Well, let's see. Maybe dealing with the elemental stuff will somehow get rid of the sentinels, or deactivate them, or something. Oh, shit. I was focused on the fire. That being said, I do still need to deal with the wishing well, which is also still hidden behind sentinels that I wasn't quite, or didn't quite know how to deal with them. Oh wait, never mind, there was a teleport point back here. Oh well. Anything else frozen? No. That's just, I think, corpses of some ice elementals that I killed at some point. Oh. Right, you can slip on frozen blood as well. Nice. One thing that I definitely love about this game, that it actually shares with the Elder Scrolls series as well, is that it keeps all the dead things around, right? So whenever you kill an enemy, or anything really, that stays wherever you killed it. And I think the same goes for items and stuff, right? It just keeps lying around wherever you drop it, which is really, really awesome. It just makes the world feel a lot more impactful, I think. It can get quite hilarious, and it was definitely something where, you know, back in the day in Oblivion or something, I would, I don't know, shoot arrows into bodies or kill guys with arrows, and then, you know, like 100 hours later, for some reason, you had to come back to a certain place, and, you know, you were like level, I don't know, 45, and there was this one dude that you killed at level 3 still lying around with an arrow in their head, and you could even still pick up the arrow and whatever, right? I always like that sort of thing. I always dislike when, like, obviously I get it, right? A lot of games have to, or at least to a certain degree, have to despawn bodies and whatnot, because it's just, it would cost a lot of resources to keep that stuff around. And quite often, you know, there isn't really any point to keeping them around either. It's more of an RPG thing, obviously, because it might still interact with loot, or, you know, being able to pick up arrows and stuff. But it's definitely one of the things that I think is also one of the bigger reasons why Bethesda refuses to get rid of their core parts of their engine, right? And instead just iterates on it instead of developing a new one. It's because it is quite capable in a lot of ways, right? And being able to have a big open world that at the same time actually saves every single item that gets placed anywhere, without greatly diminishing performance, is quite a big deal. But sadly, it also means that, you know, it's not up to par anymore, really, graphically. Which it could be, I suppose. I mean, you could certainly design or build a better version of that same idea of having the ability to keep this stuff permanently around while still having good graphics and whatnot. But it's a very, very cool thing to have, especially in RPGs, I think. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Do I just need to combine the stuff with the Elemental Forge? Where is it? There we go.
Brother,
Hi.
sister, we are free. And who is this? Can it be that a frail mortal human faced and bested our own scheming Boreas?
Who's this voice actor, by the way? It's definitely sounding very familiar.
But this is no mortal, I see. Strange you take the guise of a source hunter. But I shall of course honor your chosen form. Indeed, I suppose I should have expected that one of your kind would snare our brother sooner or later.
For a second there, I thought that he just assumed that we weren't immortal because we were here and we were quite strong, but that's very interesting. So he recognizes that we, at some point in the past, were somebody else. Which we don't even really know who we were. I mean, we've read some diary entries, it seemed like, of like a general hundreds of years ago or something. That is very interesting, though. Can you tell us more?
Boreas always did dance uncomfortably close to the dark arts. But I suppose the others of we elemental monarchs thought it better not to interfere in the affairs of his realm. No, like fools, we waited for his pride, his hunger for more and ever more power, to pull us from our own seats of safety and into his sordid storm.
Well, I can definitely see that they wouldn't necessarily think that Boreas would have been able to do what he did, and he wouldn't have been had it not been for Leandra, which I suppose she probably just took the dumbest of the four and made him king, right? Because that way he would be more easily controlled.
We, and with us all the subjects of the realm of Fairy, do owe you our lives, Source Hunter. If, no, not if, but when, we might be of assistance to you in this dimension, you must call upon me personally.
Okay. That's actually way more than I expected. I mean, yeah, we did save their lives, but they are still, like Boreas, sort of elemental kings of the fairy realm, and therefore probably, you know, not necessarily the most rational beings. So I didn't necessarily expect them to truly be thankful or to offer something up in return. But I guess, well, yeah, let's maybe talk about who you are. I mean, I kind of know who you are, but let's actually introduce ourselves, shall we?
Of the Summer Kingdom of Caldia, brother, alongside the other elemental monarchs, to the unfortunate and insane Boreas. In earlier days, we ruled the four realms of Fairy in relative peace, each of us the master of our own kingdom.
Oh dear. I wonder if we'll be able to get to the other kingdoms eventually. Maybe not in this game. What's up with Heiberheim, though? Heiberheim? It didn't sound like Heiberheim is actually the original realm of Boreas, though, right? Wasn't it just sort of a general part of the Fairy Kingdom?
But something changed in Boreas. He grew darker somehow, more than was typical of his usual melancholy. We worried, Yes, but chose not to intervene. Boreas was the lord of Heimerheim, and it was his right to rule it as he pleased.
Okay, so Heimerheim was the realm, or is the realm of winter. I guess the thing that changed was that not only were creatures of the other realms imprisoned here, but just the chaotic snowstorm and everything wasn't necessarily something that was present here previously, right? I think that was because Boreas became stronger than he was supposed to be. So I guess originally this was just some sort of beautiful winter landscape, right?
When our brother called the elemental seats to convene in Heimerheim, we were ecstatic. Boreas seemed again interested in the joint rule of Faerie, and upholding the long-established diplomacy of our lands.
And then he betrayed them.
When we arrived, however, it was not Boreas who greeted us, but a dark figure. A woman with a stare like blackest fire. In her staff she held a demonic power, the likes of which I've never felt. And as we were sucked into its depths, we thought we'd never see the light of Faerie again.
It is pretty crazy to me how strong they make Leandra seem. Or rather, how strong she actually is. Because, I mean, she literally, pretty much without any problems, was able to completely imprison 3 out of the 4 fairy kings, which are probably would be considered like one of the strongest creatures in general that currently exist, I would think. And considering everything else that we've seen from her, yeah, she is really, really capable. Which does bring up the question, and I think I've actually tried to think about this before, but why does she never straight up kill us? I mean, aside from the fact that she is level 20 as well, but in terms of the story and in terms of how they present her, she seems to be a crazy strong individual. Now, whether or not she herself is that strong, or whether or not it's her staff or some other power, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. She is the one, or seems to be the one, that controls that. So I do wonder why. I mean, for a time, at least sort of in the more beginning parts, while I was in Sicile and everything, it did seem like she just underestimated us, right? She was on her own sort of agenda, and she, while we did sort of meddle with it slightly, it seemed like she always had a plan, or that she had already accomplished whatever she wanted to do, and so I guess she didn't really care to deal with us because she didn't necessarily think that we would be capable of actually interfering with that. But now I do wonder why she isn't just straight up killing us, because I'm pretty sure she would be able to do so unless she does either feel or know about some sort of either protective magic or some other effects that maybe also our past would have on whatever she's trying to do. Maybe, considering that we do seem to be somehow linked to, you know, this tapestry of time, maybe something about that would actually prevent her, or rather hinder her in her quest for the void, if she were to kill us. That's definitely something that I'm quite interested in seeing how that really plays out, or why that seems to be a thing with her. Ultimately, the other option is also that she just might be very focused on her goal, and since her goal does seem to be sort of the annihilation of everything by summoning this void dragon or whatever it is, and ultimately, you know, just making everything into nothing, it might also be that she knows by achieving that goal, it doesn't matter whether or not she deals with us now, because ultimately we will just be void and we won't exist anymore. And so maybe she's just hyper-focused on her goal and doesn't really care about distractions as long as it gets her what she wants, which she already made off with the Bloodstone, right? So she probably doesn't care what happens to the Fey realm and to the Fey kings now. Oh well. You say it was a woman who trapped you. What do you know about her?
I listened closely when I could to Boreas' doings. From what I could tell, it seems this woman had little contact with our deranged brother after the initial exchange of the staff. From what I could tell, the arrangement was thus.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem to confirm what I just said, right? She just wants to have whatever she needs for her quest, and she doesn't really care what happens beyond that.
She gave him us, contained, and in return he gave her access to his great star stone, and scores of imps he'd invited to Heimerheim. After that, the two parted, and I heard little more of the woman. In his fits of madness, Boreas would sometimes bellow abuse about the demon woman. I can only assume he meant the same who trapped us.
So he wasn't necessarily too thrilled about her either, I guess? Well, probably because, well, he did become the king of the whole Fey realm, in theory. I mean, I guess I can just guess that he didn't really gain much out of it, aside from being the king, but it does seem like he just sort of hung out in his castle and had a wall of ice around him, and that was it. I mean, did he ever really do anything with his power beyond encasing the Fey realm in ice? I mean, that is quite a big deal, obviously, but I don't know. Seems like he didn't really have any sort of ambitions beyond that. What is interesting to me, though, is why did Boreas have a Starstone, and why only him? Because they make it sound as if all the Fairy Kings potentially had Starstones. And so, wouldn't you think that she'd try to get all 4 of them? Or maybe Boreas had one for other reasons, and it has nothing to do with being a Fey King. Anyways, I found the White Witch, but she's trapped in ice. Can you help me free her?
Source Hunter, it would be my sincerest honor. Take this rune and use it to summon me when you're near the witch once more. If she can be extracted from Boreas' ice, I'll find a way to make it so.
Cool.
We best be on our way then. The spring and autumn kingdoms will roll themselves, you know. We are paths cross soon, Source Hunter.
I just love how they talk. That's it then, innit? It's just a British earth elemental, it seems. Okay, and the fire guy just sticks around? Can we talk about something else?
Our champion has returned.
Nah, not really.
Have determined how I might repay my debt. It would be an honor to assist the soul who dared to slay the King of Winter.
Yeah, we'll do that. Anything else that I can do with the Elemental Forge? It does seem like you're potentially capable of crafting other things here. I just don't know how. Wait, let me change over to her, because she's the one that usually does the crafting for me. Because I'm wondering if I'm able to... Oh, wait, she's not... Wait, I have to click on the Elemental Forge again. Cook some meat. I actually wonder if that works. Probably, right? Maybe it gets to be some demonic... No. Well, that doesn't work. That would actually be funny if you could cook something here and... It'd be the same thing, just either slightly stronger or just weird in some capacity. Oh wait, that's a book. There is probably something that you can do here, right? Let me see. Nope. Maybe? Nope. I wonder if there's some sort of information that I can gain somewhere. I mean, obviously, I could just straight up go through everything I have and try to make it better. I mean, it might also just be for making weapons better or something. Sometimes that's a thing that they allow you to do, where you can just place... do I still need this? Let me try this. No. Okay. Oh well. Maybe there's going to be information about that eventually, or maybe... I mean, it might also be that this crafting interface literally just exists for this quest so that you can combine the elemental staff with the forge. It is interesting though, right? Because it makes it seem as if it's just some sort of special crafting forge. Oh well. I guess I'm just gonna look for the... Where was it? Here, right? Yes. Also, let's save again. That sentinel is still keeping watch. Is Arhu still around? Yes, he is. Okay.
There she is. The White Witch. Prisoner in ice.
I wonder what sorcery.
Oh, right, I should probably... We asked for the Summer Kings who has aid in freeing Ikara. He'll gladly do so and give us a rune we can use to summon him when we're near to the White Witch. The hours of her incarceration are quickly drawing to a close. So let's get out the rune. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, wait, did I actually get it? Magical rune, property of Suor the Fire King. Use it in the right place to summon him.
I don't know how long she'll last within that ice. There must be a way.
There we go.
This is your White Witch, then?
It is.
And you're sure you want to free her, are you? Even our mad Boreas wouldn't have wasted such precious ice on a petty criminal. Whatever she did to find herself here must have been rather severe indeed.
Well, as far as we know, she did obstruct, or try to obstruct the whatever doings the Leandra is doing.
But I am in your debt, and I would be remiss not to honor your request. Shield your eye, Source Hunter. To melt ice of this refinement, I'll need to summon an equally rare flame.
Let's see it then. There we go.
Gods, it's colder than a witch's teat. How very callous of Leandra to inter her only sister in a barren tundra for eternity.
Well, she doesn't really seem too fond of you, right? I mean, her portrait's really cool.
Ikara, you're all right? The ice, King Boreas, and your sister. What a frigid hell you've endured.
I wonder if she was actually... Oh, that would be quite demonic, right? And crazy to think about if she was aware the entire... Because you usually assume that people are just... I don't know, sleeping when they're encased in ice or something. What if she was aware of it the entire time? And just wide awake? That would be crazy, right?
And yet not even
Probably
a
go
frigid
insane.
hell like this could induce you to put on a shirt, could it, Ahu? My old friend. Surely I have you to thank for my salvation.
Wait, weren't you guys lovers? Wouldn't you like him not having a shirt on?
That honor goes to a pair of talented source hunters, actually. If not for their efforts, I'd be quite uselessly prowling around your prison still.
Then perhaps I ought to address my savior directly. Source Hunter, is that the masquerade?
Why does everybody know more about me than I do? Can you tell us who we are?
Well, what a motley crew we are. Isn't there somewhere a bit warmer we might discuss matters?
I mean, we could just go back to the Elemental Forge. That looked quite cozy, to be honest. Well, maybe not cozy, but certainly warm. Okay, hold up a bit, though. What do you mean by masquerade? We are members of the Order of Source Hunters.
Ah, yes, of course, of course. Do pardon me. I didn't mean to imply you were very clearly eternal beings in the guise of minor mortals. Not at all. Please, let's do carry on.
Eternal beings, okay. Who the hell are we? Because, well, the information that we found about those generals, or whatever they were, back in the day, which I assumed that we were their descendants, but now it looks more like we're still the very same people, just in sort of minor forms, which seems to have come from probably an external effect or something, because who was it? There was like another when I was in this plane that exists outside of time and space, right? Where also the weaver of the time fabric thing is sitting in that imp that I've been talking to a couple of times. There was also another sort of elemental being that we talked to, and they said something along the lines of us being weakened, right? As if something happened in the past that stripped us of our powers, or potentially of our initial or actual form. I guess she wouldn't really know about that, right? So she just assumes, oh, we're eternal beings and we're just taking on the form of minor mortals to disguise ourselves. Whereas it seems to be that what's actually happening is that we've lost our ability to get out of this form, or we've lost sort of the bigger powers that we had initially. But yeah, the information that we found about these generals, or whatever we were, to a degree sounded quite normal. I mean, it very clearly described very, very capable people, or beings, or whatever. But it didn't really make us out to be some sort of god or eternal being, right? It just sounded as if we were some really, really accomplished ruler or something of the past. Anyway, are you the White Witch?
Oh, yes, I suppose I am. But I do prefer my given name. Ikara, that is. Charmed.
It's a nice name. Why do people that are called something like the White Witch also insist on actually following through with that name and wearing clothes that have that same color? Well, maybe she likes white and that's why people kept calling her that. I don't know.
But I hope I haven't disappointed my own hero. Am I just as white and witchy as you'd hoped?
I like her sassiness. Well, you're certainly white, I guess. White hair, white clothes, white boots. How do you become imprisoned here? I mean, we kind of already know that, but...
First things first, Source Hunter. For my freedom, I owe you every imaginable thanks. My soul had withered in this prison, and I might not have survived much longer without your help. Now, about the culprits. My corrupted sister and the mad Winter King.
Yeah.
When I realized exactly where, and to whom Leandra was consigning me, I was certain I'd never enjoy the sun's warmth again. But neither she nor I anticipated the Source Hunter. That was her mistake, and my blessing. I never would have imagined Leandra capable of dealing with the likes of Boreas, but she has changed into someone I hardly recognize anymore.
Okay, so she wasn't quite this capable originally then. I mean, she does seem to be, like, it's not her own doing, whatever she's doing, right? She does seem to be doing it for someone or something or some void being, something like that. But it is interesting that she also seemed to have been quite a bit more normal at some point in time. I also like how we can just straight up tell her, oh yeah, by the way, you stand accused of murdering the Sicilian High Counselor Jake. You know, this completely unimportant bit of investigation we originally came to do, but pales in comparison to the world-ending doom we're about to face. But yeah, you technically still stand accused of having murdered Jake. Whatever. We can talk about this later. Tell me more about Leandra.
My own little sister, if you can imagine it. She was always the more ambitious, the more exacting of us. And she had no fear of the darkness that so often accompanies Source. Her collusion with King Boreas in imprisoning me here confirms my worst fears. She is planning something far greater than I could have anticipated. For this reason, and with a heavy heart, I must ask you, Source Hunter, to find out how far exactly Leandra has become entwined in the dark arts.
Okay. Well, I mean, we were already kind of on this tale, right? So, yeah. We'll do that. I guess we just tell her. I mean, it's probably good to make her aware of the fact that were she go back to Sicil, people would probably look at her funny.
I take no pleasure in the memory of that night. The thought of hurting anyone or anything is abhorrent to me. But in this case, I judged it necessary.
Right, because Jake was, if I recall, so he was quite frequently seen with other women, right? That was sort of his thing. But in this particular case, I think Leandra used that to get to him, to get some, well, to be able to just have diplomatic ties to Sicil, right? It probably made certain things a lot easier for her and she didn't have to deal with it herself. She just made Jake deal with it. And I guess she sort of, well, we did talk to Jake, right? In his like ghost form or something after we dealt with Evelyn, I think. Which is the healer of Sicil, or healer's apprentice, whatever. Which she pretended to be anyways. And Jake seemed quite fond of Leandra, I think. So she definitely did something to him, right? Like made him his puppet, her puppet or something.
If you've come this far, I trust you've learned that the Counselor was far from a humble civil servant. This doesn't excuse my behavior, but perhaps it can help to explain it.
I mean, what happened in the night of his murder?
It's a sordid story, to be perfectly frank. Two sisters, a philanderous, treacherous wizard, death and mayhem. Are you sure you're interested in such things?
Honestly, it sounds like quite the gripping tale, even though we know most of those things already.
The sparkle in your eye belies your better nature, Source Hunter. Now I know that it is your duty to get to the heart of this. And, in truth, the events of that night were but one part of a larger and much darker matter. A matter in which I'll dare to beg your assistance before we're through with one another.
I mean, yeah, obviously. I want to know more about all of this.
Now that terrible night.
Oh, hello.
One night, as I slept, I had a sudden revelation. No dream, but a vision. My sister Leandra and my lover Zandalor. I didn't understand, but I recognized their location. Syceel's King Crab Inn. I arrived and looked through their window, but inside, everything was wrong. Leandra had fled, and Counselor Jake stood over the wizard, a knife in his hand and hate in his eyes.
It's a really cool cutscene, by the way.
As I watched, he drove the dagger deep into Zandalor's heart, and I was too late to stop him. In that moment, I broke. I saw before me not a man, not even a beast, but evil incarnate. And I used Source to slay him. On the floor lay Zandalor. In my hands, I held Jake's life force. I had sworn never to use Source, but I couldn't walk away. And so I did the unthinkable. I used the Counselor's life to save Zandalor's. He was alive, but only just. Betrayal. Murder. Source. We were all of us guilty now. If you were any other Source Hunter, I suppose you'd strike me down where I stand after that terrible admission. Fortunately for us both, you are no other Source Hunter.
Okay, so I just have to say that was a really, really awesome cutscene. Very, very cool and quite, you know, that made Jake's look pretty demonic, honestly. Like, that looked really, really cool. Honestly, kind of wish they would have done more of these cutscenes by now, but I do recognize that it's probably not, like, it's a sort of an additional layer of budget they would have to had, right? So had to have whatever. It did help to really, because Source magic so far seemed a little bit of an abstract concept. We have seen what it can do to a degree, but somehow just sort of in game and just through dialogue, I didn't fully grasp, I guess, what this life force thing that we've been dealing with the Bloodstones and everything really means, right? And seeing that sort of in action and realizing, okay, it's literally souls that we're dealing with here, right? Definitely highlights the, I guess, the reason for why this Source magic is so, well, both sought after but also forbidden in a way, right? So it was her lover that they killed. Well, that's certainly more understandable than why she even did that. I wonder how she got a vision of that, though. Maybe that's some innate magic with which she's connected to her sister or something. Or alternatively, her sister... It might also be that her sister did that on purpose and somehow showed her a vision of those events because she knew how she would react, and maybe this way she wanted to get her out of the way, which ultimately I guess she did for a long time because it ended up in her being imprisoned in ice in Hyberheim. As I said though, quite the gripping tale and quite cool. I actually do like a lot how you start this whole thing with a murder investigation, and it seems like the most normal thing ever, right? When you originally start the game, I definitely thought that it was more like a hook of getting you into it and a mission that you initially do and then move on to greater things. Now, in theory, that is actually what happened, right? They kind of use this murder story to then lead you to other things and lead you to deal with all of the Source Hunter business and Bloodstones and, well, the whole main story of the game. But the murder actually, or the importance of this initial murder, never quite goes away, right? It's not this just random thing that happens at the start of the game that is just to give you a reason to go to Cyseal, but it is actually a central event within the story. Not necessarily the most important thing at the end of the day, but, well, certainly the sort of initial step that sets everything into motion. And it's really, really cool how they call back to it instead of it just being this random event. It's always nice to see, you know, writers actually knowing how to use bits and pieces of information and events, characters, right, and call back to them, even though they're not necessarily important anymore, but still in a way that highlight that they were important at one point in time, right, rather than it just being something that gets thrown away completely. That's the worst thing that, sadly, a lot of games especially tend to do, where they have events happening, but they only ever feel like a series of events, and once you deal with one thing, it becomes completely unimportant, and then you deal with the next thing, right? Rather than it being one connected story. So it's really, really cool to see that here they actually do consider all of these things being interconnected, even though the actual, I guess, importance of the murder for us and for what we're about to do isn't really all that important. Mythical Monkey, you have to leave for work. Have a good day as well. Thanks for stopping by, if you're still here. It was really nice chatting to you. All right, let's see what else we get here.
I hate to extend my own invitation, Source Hunter, but I believe I ought to accompany you to Zigzax's hideout. Presumptuous, yes, but I'd recognize the imp's essence just about anywhere.
Okay, so she does know about that as well. Yeah, honestly, I'm not against that. I want to know more about who we are, especially.
Both he and you must learn more about the darkness that has extended itself into our dearest Rivellon. And I believe I know where we must begin.
Rivellon being the parts around Silverglen, right?
Ah, but unless that's a bear flailing through the threads of time, I do believe Master Zigzax is on his way. Make way, Source Hunter, landing in 3, 2...
So she can feel him? Hi there.
Hunters, you've done it. Ikara is free.
He is indeed.
Ah, what good it does my impish heart to see her safe and bright as ever. We have much to discuss. Come one and all to the end of time. A spot of something warm and the soft glow of the tapestry ought to do us all a bit of good,
Probably.
There you are, Ikara. Now, if we're done playing hide and seek,
Let me heal up.
waste a jot more time. Oh, I just can't wait to pick your every science.
After you, Master Zigzax.
So that's the White Witch, eh? I expected someone a little more Evil? I can't say I'd cut her down for mistake, but she sure has fewer horns than I expected.
Oh, if only Jarrett were here to meet her. He would have loved to lay eyes on the White Witch of so many legends.
I mean, well, just because she's called a White Witch doesn't mean that she's evil, right? I feel like Medora definitely still has to learn a lot about the world. Not everything is good and evil, right? There's a lot of gray. And she certainly seems to be a part of that.
We've solved the murder and caught the culprit. Yet this case feels anything but closed.
Yeah. It honestly feels like it's just beginning, which is, well, not really. I do think that I'm somewhat far through the game by now, but it is crazy to think that this is like 85 hours in, and it feels like we've only, like, we've solved the initial bit now. But we still need to somehow deal with this world-ending void doom that Leandra is about to call upon us. There's more to this crime than simple fact. Killing a killer is hardly the same as killing an innocent, after all. The witch killed the counselor, murder is murder, and that's all there's to it? No, let's go with the second one.
There's more to this crime than simple fact. Killing a killer is hardly the same as killing an innocent, after all.
Yeah. I mean, it was out of revenge, right? It wasn't the most innocent thing ever, obviously. But I mean, the other thing is also, she did kill Jake, but at that point Jake was already like completely gone, right? He was some sort of demon puppet of Leandra. So even though he himself was still in there to a degree, yeah, it's not exactly like killing a normal person, right? Completely, you know, disregarding whether or not he then also killed somebody or was a murderer. Who is she to rank the life of the wizard or that of Jane? It's a cut and dry case of murder. We'll have to learn more before we can assess Ikara's true guilt in this matter. Fortunately, she seems quite eager to tell us more about this entire dark affair. Yeah, also, I don't know. I mean, considering who Ikara is, well, I mean, I guess eventually we will have to present something to, you know, the remaining leaders of Cyseal in order to be able to somehow deal with this murder case once and for all, but considering really everything else that we're in now, it does seem a little bit weird to even think of Ikara as being somebody who just stands accused of murdering someone, right? Because it's so much more than that, yet also, I don't know, I feel like it doesn't really do the situation justice in any sort of way, right?
We'll have to learn more before we can assess Ikara's true guilt in this matter. Fortunately, she seems quite eager to tell us more about this entire dark affair.
She does indeed. Oh, that gives you a point on romantic? Okay. Sure. Well, I guess because you're... Right, because she revenged her lover, right? Avenged her lover. So, yeah, makes sense. Okay, well, that being said, this was Heiberheim. There is still, I think, you know, there are still a couple bits and pieces here that we can potentially look at. I don't know if we'll be able to actually access the rest of this map yet. Maybe there's more to this, or maybe there is, you know, maybe it's connected to more of the story at some point. Might also be that it's just optional stuff. But I will definitely try to look at that next time. And then obviously we have to now talk to the imp and everything, and potentially learn more about ourselves as well. That is going to be it for now, though. Let me see. Do I want to just stay here? Sure, why not? Let's do an actual save. Where's my last one? Heiberheim, 84. Oh, this was 85 hours, and this was last time. So it's about 90 hours now. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, honestly. That is pretty crazy. Let's see. 90 hours. Pretty much on the dot. Wow. Yeah, let's go back to the main menu. That's gonna be it for now. Not only do I want to eat something, but I don't really have time to continue playing right now. I will be, though, on Thursday. And hopefully then we can find out more about ourselves, about what part we play in all of this crazy Source business, and who we potentially were at some point in time. If you want to keep up with the streams, if you want to know when I'll be live or when I'll be playing again, as I said, it will be Thursday, same time as today. But if anything changes, or if you want to know when that will be, you can check out the stream schedule here on Twitch, and it'll tell you when I'll be live. Other than Divinity, I will be playing more Final Fantasy XIV because we will continue our progression into Dragon Song's Reprise, the latest Ultimate, today, this evening, in a couple of hours, and also on both Wednesday and Thursday as well. Those are the upcoming streams. Other than that, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching, thanks for being here. Hopefully I'll see you on the next one, and have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Bye-bye!